just pray the Almighty that let their visit to this college be a memorable one. Most respected, the Education Minister of Puducherry, Mr. A. Namaskaran sir, who has expressed his inability to come for today's program, but he may come at some point of time. But he has conveyed his wishes for all of us. So I just take this opportunity to convey our sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Mr. Namaskaran sir, the Honorable Education Minister. But today, we are really honored that we have the most respected leader of Pondicherry, Mr. M. Vaidyanathan sir is here, member of the Legislative Assembly. Whole Pondicherry knows him. He is a capable leader. Whole Pondicherry knows his contribution. And there is a principle. I always have sought his support, and never ever he has disappointed me or to this college fraternity. One of the dynamic, straightforward, and corruption-free leader that I have seen in Pondicherry, and we take this opportunity to welcome him, sir. The next one is Dr. Alok Kumar Chakraval, the Vice Chancellor of Guru Kasidev's University, who is also in this session in Pondicherry only. But today, since the one more program is going on in Pondicherry University, he could not come up, but he will be coming in these 2 days' time. So we take this opportunity to welcome him for this 2 days seminar. Nevertheless, we have another dynamic personality, Professor Jyotirmay Tripathi. Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. The moment we say of Indian Institute of Technology, we all understand the value of the technological universities or technological institutes in this country. And I know him for the last 20 years. And he was the former head of the department, humanities department. And during his time, he has done a lot much of work where today the HSS department of IIT Madras is well recognized not only in this country but throughout outside this country. And first time we should also feel that IIT Madras has opened its centers in abroad like Tanzania and all. Right? So that's a government of India institute, but not for the effort of the IIT Madras, it could not have been done. So, sir, having a representative, having a great caliber person, and visiting to this college, we feel it's our immense pleasure, and we feel that we are really grateful for your presence in this college, and we happily welcome you to this college. Respected Madam Kala, the head of the Department of English, and the English department is organizing. It doesn't require much introduction of Dr. Kala, one of the proficient leader and head of the department, and with her almost 7 years I have been seeing her contribution to the department and to this college overall. We take this pleasure, or I take this pleasure personally to welcome her to this program. And next is Mahendra Jagannath Datta, the convener for this 2 days program. And what I feel, whether I'll get the second opportunity or not, I don't know for tomorrow, but I thought that single-handedly, from the beginning till now, he is carrying out with the support of the English department. Because I have not called a single meeting with the Department of English. I have just called a meeting with Datta and Madam Manju, because convener and co-convener. And first time we should be grateful that under the leadership of Dr. Kala, Department of English, and specifically Mahendra, this college has been given 4.3 lakhs of rupees, the highest amount of money to any college given by the ICSSR. So today, at least on behalf of this college, I just feel that we are really blessed by support extended by the ICSSR. So this is the stage, people are here, but without you, it would have been possible. So I just feel that the guests, those who come, all the way from Maharashtra, all the way from from Tamil Nadu, all the way from Delhi, all the way from Gujarat, because we have received almost 95 odd numbers those who expressed their interest for these 2 days of seminar, but we have restricted it only to 30 to 35 papers, saying that when we talk business. When it should happen, it should be with the best of our ability and the best of the academic interest. So on behalf of this college, on behalf of all of us, we welcome all the participants, those who have traveled all far places to come to this place. Yes, I forgot that we have a representative from Assam. So we are really blessed to have, it's a national kind of seminar. This is really a national kind of seminar. So we are really grateful to all the participants from different places, those who have come for this today's national seminar. And my wonderful head of the departments, needless to talk of you because I know that how you have been supporting for this growth of the department and growth of this college. So I take this opportunity to welcome all the head of the department and all the faculty members directly or indirectly being a part of the seminar and present here today, tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have extended almost all the remaining faculty members to participate and gain something out of this to this seminar. And my welcome to all the organizing team members. I will not take many of them. And needless to say, the person, Madam Akila, who is given this prayers, it has touched to the soul, because without touching the soul of us, and welcome. Once again, we have a little master also. Yes, because if you can stand up, it's how many years old. Yes, we need to give a big clap for him because he is rather than he has come along with others. That's what we say that the father's role is limited in the family, or the mother's role is double. We cannot multiply it and we multiply it, and that speaks that when the whole family is right, when the mother takes care of everything. And Madam, we are really thankful that you did not hesitate to say that yes, I want to come with my son because I want to expose him to different kinds of standards conferences. So we take this opportunity to welcome you. So all the media people, all the student volunteers, I just welcome each and every one of you. So this today's seminar, this literature, I will not take much of the time because today morning we are just googling what is a welcome speech. They say that the welcome speech has to be precise. I said, a principal, how he can become a precise welcome speech? Until when they speak something here and there, it is incomplete. So I will just say that few words only. I just feel that you have all the intellectuals here. 2 days of deliberations. I'm sure it will be very meaningful. And we do not to talk of this topic because we know the richness of Indian knowledge system. Because when we are talking of the richness, it is not of 500 years or 1,000 years. We have 5,000 years of rich heritage is there. And when you talk of, the composition has happened long before the Vedas, Vedantas, Brahmanas, Puranas, whatnot. So I feel that India is a country which is rich of resources. India is a country which is rich with literature. And when you talk of literature, who can forget the literature of Tamil literature, which is the oldest in this whole country, and maybe one of the oldest in the whole world. So we can't forget. And along with that, I just feel Chanakya Sastra, which is also record. We also have the Vedantas, we also have the Dharma Sastra, we have also the Dharmas. So name anything you will find in Indian literature and all. So that way we are really rich. The only thing is that somewhere during the British period, during that time, we have lost the charm of Indian literature to a great extent. But now, again, we are reviving. So I just feel that these 2 days of national seminar will definitely highlight on nationalizing the Indian literature, which has been dominated by Britishers or by other people long before. But now we have to look at the Indian literature in Indian sense. So these 2 days of deliberation will be very much grateful and this is a welcome. So an open door is a welcome that makes a stranger into a friend. So now you are no longer a stranger, you are all friends to all of us. So I'm sure these 2 days will be very fruitful, and definitely the outcome will be definitely giving a shape how to make this country, how to make this literature, how to make this knowledge system much more fruitful and much more comfortable. And I was just thinking that we have completed this NAAC in May 2024. And as a principal, I was thinking that my dream is to get this college, the best college, NAAC A grade. But just imagine, I was thinking that as long as I'm not getting A grade, I'll be working very hard. After A grade, I'll be stopping my work. But I thought after A grade, the challenges are much more, and this is the first national seminar within 4 to 5 months with the sponsorship of ICSSR. So just imagine, when you touch success, your hunger for success moves upward. But it is not the hunger, it is basically an interest to do much better. So that is where I feel that this college is taking a lot many strides, and needless to say to all the participants on the outside, this is the only NAAC A accredited college in the government of Puducherry as of now. We are hoping that many other colleges become A grade, but as of now, this is the only one college. And needless to say, in the 21st century, we are talking of environment. This is the only college in this whole country which has been recognized by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, as a must-visit place in Puducherry. And again, when the Government of India has told that every state should have an urban forest in a district at least. So we are talking almost 700 districts in this country. No district has got an urban forest except in Pondicherry right now. So we all feel that we are really lucky, we are really blessed that we are doing at least something for this betterment of the environment, because that is where our livelihood depends. So once again, I just want to tell everything that welcome you all. Last but not the least, our greatest glory is not in never failing, but in rising every time we fall. So with this, I want to conclude my speech, and once again take this opportunity to welcome you all. Have a wonderful 2 days of time. If anything somewhere is missing, please don't hesitate to speak to our organizers. All the good things are yours, all the bad things the principal will take up. Don't hesitate to give your feedback. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful 2 days of time, and my best wishes to all of you for this 2 days of seminar. Have a wonderful time, and once again, welcome you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to honor the guests. An event of this stature becomes truly meaningful with the presence of distinguished dignitaries who inspire us with their wisdom, leadership, and of course by presence. It is now time to honor our esteemed guests for their gracious presence and invaluable contribution to the seminar. May I now request our beloved principal to honor M. Bharathiyar, member of the Legislative Assembly of constituency, whose dedication to public service has been a source of inspiration to all. Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai, whose groundbreaking work in cultural development studies and contemporary India is truly commendable. He has authored several books and edited so many articles in peer-reviewed journals. Thank you, sir. May I request the principal to now honor the head of the Department of English, Dr. A.
This is more important. Yeah, because what we speak is important, the photo is better.
I now invite Dr. Mahindra Jagannatha, the convener of the seminar, to honor our beloved principal with the show of enjoyment.
Just change it. The principal will honor the convener.
Okay. That's truly a nice gesture, sir. Thank you very much.
He is this person, because of him only why we do it.
That is how the principal truly recognizes the contribution of all the faculty members. He always gives credit to us. Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Mahindra.
अरे ना सारे इनके नाम बेटा सारे इनके बेटा
MLA of Prospect Constituency, is already our principals. And my mentor. Thank you, sir.
Madam, this is the fruit of meeting. I was waiting to, to other things. Finally got it from sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to listen to our guests. It's a privilege to have with us a leader who's deeply committed to the development of our community and empowerment of education. May I request M.
So to provide us with an overview of this seminar and the vision behind its theme, we now invite the convener of this event, Dr. Mahendra Jagannath Datte, to address the gathering. As the driving force behind this initiative, he has worked tirelessly to bring together scholars and experts from across the country to discuss and deliberate on the theme, Indianizing English Studies, Form, Language and Theory. I welcome Dr. Mahendra Jagannath Datte to enlighten us with the objectives and expectations of this seminar. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Principal Sir, Dr. Shashikanta Das, distinguished guests, heads of the department, paper presenters, participants, and dear students. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone gathered here. At the outset, allow me to share 2 half-minute stories that are as a catalyst to happen this event, that played a role to make this event happen. And first thing, it is a hard-known or it's well-known thing that our principal, Dr. Shashikanta Das, nudges the colleague to venture into the domain of academia. Actually, I will not say he is a hard task master, but he knows the art to implant the plan in the mind of the colleague that will help and contribute to the academia. He has that art, and at the beginning of this session, on fine day, I happened to be in his office for some IQAC related work, and he just asked me that this semester you keep accessing the website of funding agencies and just prepare anything about for a proposal, for a seminar or for a project. And I just said, sir, I am working over it, but to be honest, sir, that way there was no plan. The idea was planted on that day in that office. And another thing, another story that I was working during that time on the article. I was writing an article that Indianizing curricula in Indian universities. So I was about to complete that article, and luckily, in the next week only there was a call from ICSSR, and I just narrowed down the theme and I sent the proposal. So this way that idea was planted there by Dr. Shashikanta Das. But another story is that why I started writing that article of Indianizing curricula in Indian universities. I was watching one random video in which the narrator was just trying to prove that Ramayana is not a mythology, it is a history. So when he was talking, then he just mentioned certain events of Ramayana. They are based on the astrological references. And he said that some people believe it's a mythology, some believe that it's maybe imagination. But he was trying to prove that and the status of the planet was the same. Now we come to know that yes, actually it happened. So there was someone who observed it or someone who witnessed it and wrote it. So in a way he was trying to prove that it's history. And then in a span of time, then just history becomes mythology. So he was trying to draw the thin line between history and mythology. And then at the same time, then I just started thinking, yes, there are people. Dr. Ambedkar today, he had 32 degrees. 32 degrees. Yesterday it was a surprise. Today it is a history. Maybe after 500 years, it may be a myth. It's really out of just one cannot imagine that one person just having 32 degrees. So in a way, I just thought like this. Yes, this might happen that in a span of time, history becomes mythology. So these were the two stories that just played as the role of the catalyst, and today I am witnessing a realistically full-fledged national seminar which received response from the participants all over India, from the state of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Bihar and Assam. We received nearly 90 abstracts and they showed their interest to participate, but because of the time constraint we had shortlisted only 35 papers to be presented here, and I would like to mention here that Tagore Government Arts and Science College is among the few institutions in the country to take up the academic discussion on Indianizing English curricula. So the proposed seminar aims to discuss the diverse literary, theoretical, linguistic and cultural tradition of Bharat as the specific sites that adequately postulate the idea of Indianization of English studies and English language. The sessions and the papers that have been selected helpfully, and I hope that will do the justice to the theoretical discussions on the theme. The term Indianization refers to the spreading and promoting of Indian languages, culture, tradition, cuisine, and economic impact. It is no denying fact that English has played a vital role in making Indian philosophy and spirituality reach throughout the West. However, Indian literature and tradition, encompassing diverse domains of knowledge and rich heritage, have been largely marginalized. Since the introduction of English Education Act in 1835, the English language and literature curriculum in India has been essentially based on the British model, with the extensive focus on Western literature, theories and cultural references that were unfamiliar to Indian students, and this model and the practice continue even the post-colonial era. Nevertheless, with the increasing acknowledgement of the need to decolonize prevailing education curricula, a shift towards Indianizing English studies is required at large scale. It's a need of an hour, and I will quote here the foreign writer John Dewey. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. Our education system was different. When the colonizers came, they changed the education system, and we are still continuing that one. So now it's a time, after a century, again to modify that one, otherwise we will rob our students tomorrow. So Indianizing English study will bring more involvement and accessibility for the students. The students can relate the prescribed course to the cultural references and the themes. It may encourage the student to have in-depth understanding of Indian culture and society. This will inculcate in their minds a sense of pride and ownership. The seminar intends reviewing the trajectory of curriculum of English literature in alignment with the needs and demands of various stakeholders of our education system. This seminar aims to encourage disciplinary as well as interdisciplinary dialogues on the policy and practice of Indianization by bringing together researchers from various linguistic, literary and cultural backgrounds. National Education Policy 2020 acknowledged Indian knowledge and thoughts as a guiding principle for academia, and it has directed the inclusion of IKS, Indian Knowledge System, in higher education curricula to inculcate an unique perspective of Bharathiyar dynasty for overcoming the challenges. And what is IKS? The nature of IKS is the Jivan Darshan evolved from experience, observation, experimentation, and rigorous analysis in the nature of IKS. India's legacy, as Sir told, Principal Sir told, that India has a long legacy of classical languages and also the literature. We have Smriti literature, oral traditions like Katha Pravarchanam, Hari Katha, and native and tribal folklore playing an important role in preserving and circulating ancient knowledge and culture. And it is also said that Aesop's fables and Arabian Nights, if I am correct, are considered to have been inspired by Panchatantra and other collection of stories from India. So the critical commentaries on languages, linguistics, and literature and performative arts have existed in a vast repository of Indian knowledge system. Actually, right now in most of the Indian universities, that whenever there is a topic of phonetics, then we just use BRP as a touchstone, that is received pronunciation. But talking about the study of the phonetics, it was studied 500 BC in ancient India, and inclusion of phonetics of Indian English instead of British received pronunciation in the syllabus may be of the greater help for the student, and this as a branch of study ought to be revered and popularized. Sir already talked about Vedanga, a part of the Smriti literature, and Smriti literature comprises 6 parts, that is phonetics, poetic meter, grammar, etymology and linguistics, rituals and rites, and astronomy. The teaching of chandas in the classroom will lead to the better understanding of forms and language of poetry. The Raswadeni of Bharat Muni expresses the most fundamental and complete philosophy of performing arts. Similarly, the classical literature of India is more than the combined literature of Greeks and Rome. Is a quote by Professor Hawkins. So, Indianization of English studies may be referred to an act of adopting and modifying English language, literature, curriculum, and ensemble the Indian context, making it more pertinent and attainable to Indian students. This involves incorporating Indian literature, themes, and cultural references into the curriculum, and this will assist in realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So, postcolonial efforts at decolonizing higher education curriculum have been fructuous. However, to decolonize prevailing education curricula, which has been essentially based on British model with an extensive focus on Western literature, theories, and cultural references, and shifts towards Indianizing English studies is required to break down the Western hegemony and make the diversified, inclusive, and understanding of Indian literature and culture. So, with this very concept note at the central or the main objective of this seminar, I would like to stop here. There are many more guests and the paper presenters. We will have a fruitful discussion through in the coming 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. As I was listening to you, I just remember the quote by Swami Vivekananda: "Arise, awake, and stop not till your goal is reached." I think that the paper deliberations that we are going to listen to will definitely encourage us and to go back to our roots and be enriched before we know the literature better, the literatures of the other countries. It is our privilege to have amidst us a leader who is deeply committed to the development of a community and the empowerment of education. Through M. Vaidyanathan, our esteemed guest of honor, who has been always a source of inspiration and support, will now address us.
ஸ்டேட்டோடைய பெருமைகளையும் நம்ம வந்து கொண்டு வரணும்னா நிச்சயமாக இது வந்து தேவையான ஒரு விஷயம். இந்த நேரத்தில் இந்த ஸ்டெப் எடுத்த அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதே மாதிரி எங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லாம் நீங்களாம் ரொம்ப படித்தவங்க, நாங்களாம் வந்து பெருமாக படித்தவங்க. ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு வந்து மக்களுடைய தாட்டையும் உங்களுடைய தாட்டையும் உங்களுடைய எண்ணங்களையும் பிரதிபலிக்க, கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட பிரதிபலிக்க எங்களால் முடியும். அதை நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் வாய்ப்பாக எடுத்துக்கிறேன். உங்களுக்கு எந்த விதமான உதவிகள் தேவைப்பட்டாலும், எந்த விதமான எண்ணங்களை நீங்கள் பிரதிபலிக்க விரும்பினாலும் நாங்கள் அதை வந்து கண்டிப்பாக செய்வோம் எங்களுடைய அரசாங்கத்துக்கிட்ட கூறி. அதனால் இது இந்த நேரத்தில் எனக்கு கிடைத்த பெருமையாகவும் கௌரவமாகவும் நினைக்கிறேன். எதிர்க்க பேச கிடைச்ச வாய்ப்புக்கு இது வாய்ப்பளித்த நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதே மாதிரி இந்த காலேஜுக்கு நிறைய ஸ்டெப் எடுக்கிறார். அது என்ன கேட்டால் தலையிலே தான் உட்காந்துருக்கேங்க. அவர் வந்து வேலைக்கு போகல. ஆனால் அவ்வளோ போராட்டம், அவ்வளோ ஸ்ட்ரகிள் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு. நேரம் வரும், கண்டிப்பாக அவருக்கு நம்ம ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுற சூழ்நிலை வரும். நிச்சயமாக நாங்கள் செய்வோம் என்று கூறி இந்த செமினார் வெற்றி அடையவும், இது சிறப்பாக நடைபெறவும் அந்த ப்ரொஃபஸர்களுக்கும் மாணவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி.
மிக நன்றி சார். நீங்க வந்து இங்க மாணவர்களோட பேசியதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. Sir was telling that he was really happy to be a part of us and he was really appreciating the efforts taken by our principal to keep the campus clean and green. And thank you, sir, for your words of appreciation, and your presence has truly inspired us.
We welcome all dignitaries. Again, I am wishing to start this function with a grand manner. Thank you.
Now it's time to listen to the keynote address. It is time to set the intellectual tone of the seminar, which is the keynote address. We are honored to have with us Professor Jyotirmaya Tripathi, a distinguished scholar from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. Sir's extensive contribution to the fields of cultural studies and critical theory and interdisciplinary humanities have significantly enriched academic discourse. He has written widely in various peer-reviewed journals, and he has really authored and edited over 20 and odd books. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Welcome.
Okay, thanks, madam. Honorable member of the Legislative Assembly, Vaidyanathan sir, respected principal, Dr. Sasikanth Das, head of the department, Dr. Bala, and my young friend and faculty member from the Department of English, Dr. Mahendra Viteji. Also the divinely inspired voice of Akhila madam, and all the friends and colleagues who have come from different parts of the country. It's a real privilege to be here, and let me confess that I'm not going to share anything with you that is earth-shattering or outlandishly new. It is something that we all instinctively understand, but maybe I try to articulate it in a way that you may find entertaining, if not very academically loaded. So let me also confess at the same time that I am the least qualified person to speak about English. I mostly work on culture, cultural expressions, different dimensions of everyday life, the deep structures of society and what they mean for development and so on. But my background is literary studies, and it is from there I switched over to something else. So let us begin. We all understand that literature is both universal and particular. It is universal because we love to listen to all types of music, we love to read all types of literature. If you go to Netflix, you will have different types of genres that tempts you to go for European movies or Latin American movies and so on. We watch them, we cry, we also feel happy, we feel angry and so on and so forth. we definitely get inspired by the valor of Achilles or by the innocence of Desdemona. So it's universal, definitely, there is no doubt about it. At the same time, it is particular, because certain types of literature can only be appreciated by some kind of people, because it tries to protect the interest of that particular community, cultural community, or linguistic community, or anything for that matter. So it is also particular, because the experience of a particular character who evolves from fortune to misfortune, or vice versa, we feel that there is something, it resonates amongst us also. We relate to that. So, that's the reason why a Tamil text or a Bengali text will definitely relate to a Bengali or a Tamil reader, perhaps more than some other linguistic text. So that's the reason why we like Premchand or we like Bharathiyar poems and so on and so on. So if it is only universal, then why do we call it English studies but we actually study European literature? So there is definitely some problem with that notion of universal. At the same time, if it is only particular, then why do we crave for certain types of other types of literature? You have different specializations, you have American literature, Indian literature, Australian literature, and so on. So that is the reason why we have to be very clear that it retains dimensions of both universality and particularity. A particularity can also be universal when it becomes hegemonic. Anyway, that is another debate. So why do we crave for something else which is actually in English? Just imagine somebody is celebrating his or her birthday and invites all her friends and offers them the best quality millet, idli and vada. I don't think anybody will actually go on for that celebration. Because we usually assume that for a birthday certain types of activities are expected, and if you don't get that, you feel betrayed. That okay, this person wasted my 2 hours of my time. So why does it happen? Maybe because English is a carrier of power. It is not simply a language. It is a carrier of values. It is a carrier of power. It is a carrier of authority. It is a carrier of respect, and so on and so forth. I watched a movie long ago called Amla Pagla Divana. Not a great movie, but in one of the characters say, उत्तर यहाँ पे जब कोई अंग्रेजी में बात करता है तो लोग समझते हैं सब सच्ची सच्ची ही बता रहा है. When somebody speaks in English, everybody thinks that he is speaking nothing but the truth. So that is the kind of, so it is the language of validation. Unless and until you write in English, you have to imagine somebody a Tamil scholar and a Sanskrit scholar with robust scholarship, but writes in Sanskrit or Tamil. Believe me, if that person applies to my department for a faculty position, I am not shortlisting. That's a tragedy. Because we believe that it has to be only published in certain types of academic spaces. So that is the power of authority we are talking about. And so when we talk about the need to Indianize English studies, we have to first ask ourselves, then what is it till now? Was it Western then? The very fact that we are talking about Indianizing after 80 years after independence, so what was it? After post-colonial, we cannot blame Macaulay for all the wrongs that has been done. To give the devil his due, he did all the work for his country, but did we do ours? We didn't do our job, right? So Ghalib ने कहा था, दिन भर गालिब ये भूल करता रहा, धूल चेहरे पे थी, मैं आईना साफ करता रहा, right? So the dirt and dust is somewhere else, it's on my face, but I have been trying to clean the mirror. Right? So that is what we have to really ask ourselves now. Why do we have to really invoke Macaulay? Why do we have to invoke James Mill, who wrote that famous multi-volume history of India book, which was the manual for civil servants, for example? Why do we have to talk about Stasi after 300-400 years? So that also shows the poverty of imagination, and it also, we have found a convenient way of absolving ourselves of any wrongdoing. We have not done our job well, as simple as that. So it is basically, and when you come to English studies in particular, it is not a neutral name. Look at a name like all the logies, the studies, anthropology, sociology, and all that. Right? We all know that it is a study of X or Y or G. Right? But English studies, on the face of it, okay, without any disavow, directly on your face, it is English studies. Whether English is a language or an ethnicity or a territory, you can always debate about that. But the fact that it is English studies, it is not a neutral discipline. It is definitely going to advance a particular type of cause over something else. Right? We all know, we all understand that all the disciplines, particularly in social sciences, they have a colonial origin in one way or the other. Anthropology, sociology, they're all typical 18th century products, late 18th century, 19th century products. So one discipline tries to study European society, civilization, their administration, their governance. All of them who did it, they were sociologists. If you try to study the other people, other cultures, other kind of languages, then you became an anthropologist. And all these people had a hand in advancing the cause of the empire. You need to represent some people as deviant, as weak, as uncivilized, as occupying the lower stage in that human evolutionary scale. Then only colonialism will work. Right? So anthropology was always the handmaiden of empire, we all know that. But they were doing it in a subtle way. English studies, in contrast, it is on your face. It is directly advancing the cause of something else. Now we may add that, okay, now we have post-colonial English studies, now we have Indian literature and so on and so forth. I'll come to that later on if required. So this is something that we have to really ponder over. Now, Mahendraji was actually talking about how post-colonial education has, in a way, has betrayed us, betrayed the cause of India in one way or the other. It is derivative, there is no doubt about it. Most of the work that has been done in the last 30 years or so, you ask, many a time we ask ourselves, what is the radical idea that we have actually proposed, which can be a potent alternative to what we have done so far in 30 years, 40 years time. But whenever an idea emanating from continental Europe that goes past itself by date, it comes and lands itself in India. And we are bored and willing, actually it's almost like Apple Watch. On day one it will release in place A, next day place B, only after that market is exhausted, it will come to India. Of course, you may say that no, things are changing. We are also, Apple Watch is also getting released and launched in India on the same day. Anyway, that is, I don't see much comfort in that argument. But the very fact that we have internalized the superiority of English language as English as value, it is not simply a language. And it basically meant that, I mean, we have all read daffodils or all the lullabies and so on and so forth. Believe me, whenever we studied, now that this is the age of internet, we can actually see how a daffodil looks like. But when I was a student, I don't know how a daffodil looks like. But believe me, it is not such a beautiful flower. All flowers are beautiful, so to speak, but it is not such a, I mean, we have much more beautiful flowers. But we all believe that this is perhaps the most beautiful flower. So this is one reality, that English as a language of control, is a language of authority. You do anything, we cannot get away from it. To be legitimated as an academic, we must use that language, whether we like it or not. That is one argument. The other argument is that, well, it is not such a bad thing. It has also brought unity amongst many people. Now the fact that we are bad-mouthing English, that we use in English, that also shows the resilience of a particular language, that also shows the resilience of us, that we can populate this language with our own meanings. All of you, those who have studied or read Tempest by Shakespeare, you know that typical Prospero Caliban conundrum, where Caliban says that you taught me language and now my profit on it is I know how to curse you. Okay, so populating, but again, populating the language in your own, with your own meanings, with your own content, is it old comfort or it is actually a substantive response? One way to say is that no, content is mine, I can challenge, but at the same time, there is a very fascinating essay written by Diana Bridon, who asked, can the master's tool dismantle the master's house? Even when you dismantle the master's house by using your own tool, it still shows that you have no way but to use this even when questioning us. Even when you are interrogating us, you have no way but to come to us. So again, this is another complicated debate because there is no easy answer for that. So now, many people in those who are English speaking, I'm sure you have heard the name of Romi Baba. Romi Baba was talking about slicability, mimicry and so on and so forth. So what is that argument? The argument is that even speaking English in whatever way you deem fit, that itself is an act of resistance. Doesn't matter whether you are paying obeisance or respect to the original English speaker or you are questioning, doesn't matter. Because I didn't want this actually. Anyway, So now the point is that
You are missing this throughout the whole.
so now the question is this sameness, if I speak in English language, how does the colonizer, now there is no colonizer, it's a different type of system of domination, not the typical straightforward structure of domination and subordination. So if somebody speaks in English language, how does the native English speaker see me? He feels happy or he gets disturbed? Mummy Baba would argue that he actually gets disturbed. Because what were the sites of domination? The sites of domination was language, religion, and so on and so forth. So basically, now this was my ayudha, this was my weapon to show that I am superior. Now that we have learned how to speak the same language, in a way it makes me happy that I have civilized you to some extent. At the same time, it also makes me a little anxious that the difference between you and me is not that robust, it is just right there. Okay? Have you heard about a novel called Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad? In Joseph Conrad, the narrator, when he lands in Congo, he actually sees a lot of natives, Africans. And he describes them, that they came, they were making faces, they were howling, they were almost the description is that of an animal, exactly the way we see animals. So he is describing them almost as animals, and then they come near him. And then he really gets the shock of his life. Then he says, oh my God, I never knew that they are also humans. Okay. The very fact that they are actually humans, as long as you look like an animal, it's still okay. Because I am confident in my superiority that I use this language, I am different. Now you are disturbing that difference. So many people would say, using English language is not such a bad thing after all, because you are speaking that language and you are not only establishing the person's superiority or colonizer's superiority, but also telling them that you can master any art and beat them in their own game. You remember Logan movie? In Logan movie, they have to play cricket. That is the pitfall of that argument. That doesn't matter whether you populate it with your own meaning or not. The rule of the game is always set by the colonizer. The game is not hockey, it's not kabaddi. It is cricket. You have to beat them in their own game. That means you have to be superior. Only then they count you as human. Anyway, so these are complex issues. I don't want to draw any easy conclusions after this. So English, number one is English as language and the other is English as culture. So the former is a reality because now we are speaking in English. But the latter may not be the case. We may not be really that English or Western or European in the way we actually live our lives or draw meanings out of it or draw solace from it. When Madam was singing, even though I didn't understand, I could feel that there is something is reverberating within me also. Right? So even though I don't speak the tongue, but I still understand that something else is happening to me. This is visceral. So now, even when we speak in English, there are certain things which will hold us back. That you don't still belong there. It is just something which has been imposed on you or on your own, out of your own volition you have learned it. But the content is still not the same. Now, this is the many times we wonder that as to why in the last 80 years we did not create a system. Now we talk about NAP. NAP is a revolutionary document, believe me. Anybody who has read it, you can actually read it as a fascinating post-colonial text. I have my own problems with post-colonialism because I believe it's a hoax. Post-colonialism is a hoax. It's a total hoax. But let me use it in the conventional way. NAP can be a fascinating post-colonial document because it really provides you alternatives. Post-colonialism culture. Post-colonialism only hyphenates you and tells you that you cannot escape from this prison house. Okay. So NAP tells you that okay, there is a way out. Right? So that is what it is. So why do we really? Number one is I mentioned Ghalib's song that will chehre pe thi aur main aina saaf karta raha. That is one. But there are occasions when things are not in my control. There is a syllabus which university gives me. My job is to one teach. Make sure that the students learn content and won't deliver it to the exam. What can I do? ask the university, ask the UGC. It is not my fault. Correct? That is, it's a really reasonably valid argument. Of course, any degree that way gives us an escape route that, okay, you can do many things. You can, so now in my department, we have now a Tamil language and a Sanskrit language course. So we're going to, one is already launched, another is going to come from next semester. So why is it that we took 80 years to even deliberate and discuss this and give it the validity that it deserves? Okay. Why? Is it that we are all manipulated? We don't know what we want? What exactly? Because many people who say that no, there are many forces which are trying to destabilize India and that's why they didn't want to do this. That is an argument. I don't give too much importance to that. But why is it that we never did something of this kind, say 30 years ago or 80 years ago? That was the golden opportunity, right? We could have decolonized ourselves at that time. Why political independence did not match intellectual independence? So now the question is, this is what, again, I don't know whether it is valid or not, says, कुछ तो मजबूरियां रहेगी, यूं कोई बेवफा नहीं. So what was that majburi? What was that majburi? What exactly compelled us to do things exactly what was done earlier? I have been trying to think about it. Not everybody is manipulated, not everybody lacks agency. I think we are reasonably sure of our ability. The reason is perhaps, Ashish Mandi talks about it in many of his works, that the idea of the West, it's not territory. West is not simply a territory. This is, let me just read 2 lines from Ashish Mandi. It's a fascinating book called Intimate Enemy. Intimate Enemy. It's an enemy that we cannot do away with. So he says, this colonialism colonizes minds in addition to bodies. You may say, bodies how? Yes, it does. Because it will tell you what type of, imagine in 19th century, the whole Gangetic Plain and Malwa, their main output was opium. Right? So it totally changes the way, what type of crop you can grow. Right? So it is definitely, it affects your body, what you can eat, whether you can actually get salt on your own or you need to pay tax. Right? So bodies, whether you should be immunized against this disease or that disease. So colonialism is about control of body. It's a biopolitical enterprise. Okay? So colonialism controls our bodies. But more than that, it controls our minds. So there is no doubt about that. So then he says that in the process, it helps generalize the concept of modern West from a geographical and temporal entity to a psychological category. So West becomes a psychological category. It is not a place on the map. You can say that is West. Anything on either side of the Atlantic is West. It is not that. It is here. Then he says, the West is now everywhere. Within the West and outside. In structures and in minds. So you just cannot escape. Then he, Gandhi, Nehru, there are many others. I mean, now we can have an intellectual interrogation of what they said. But we cannot deny the fact that they played very significant roles in where we are today. So Gandhi's understanding of the West was much more nuanced. Gandhi did not believe that West is a homogeneous entity. Gandhi always believed that there is an other West. The West which questions its own foundation. Whether it is Tolstoy, whether it is Ruskin, whether it is Thoreau, Emerson. So Gandhi got many of his ideas, including his civil disobedience, from many of these people. So Gandhi's, many of his models were directly borrowed from American transcendentalists. So he believed that West is not one. In fact, he very strategically used this argument to send the colonizers. Even in all his roundtable arguments, he will quote from these people, saying that, look, your people have said this. Why don't you do that? So he was trying to send them by using their own vocabulary. So Gandhi had that tact, that smartness to do it. But Nandi would perhaps not agree. Nandi would say that no, it's not as simple as that. So Nandi, let me read 2 more lines from Nandi because I really find him fascinating and he provides me the answer as to why we took 80 years or we never really, why did we do devify with the cause of India? Why did we betray the idea of India? So he says, look, today the westernization has become a pejorative word. There have reappeared on the stage subtler and more sophisticated means of acculturation. They produce not merely models of conformity. Those who are academics, please listen to this line. They produce not merely models of conformity, but also models of official dissent. So colonialism is not simply giving you a set of guidelines which you must obey, otherwise you will be in jail. It is also giving you a framework through which you can indulge in dissent and that is still acceptable. What was that? Gandhi's disobedience. Right? Peaceful morchas, rallies. So acceptable dissent is a reasonable way of accepting the other. That's why violence from the revolutionaries is not acceptable. But this is acceptable. So West, in the today's language, let us in politics, they say we don't want to simply occupy we want to expand our voting base, not those who are actually giving us votes, but also we want to expand into those territories which historically have not voted for us, for example. So what does it mean? It means we will occupy the position of power as well as the opposition. Government is mine, opposition is also mine. For example, we use that language. That I don't know, it's not an exact parallel, but more or less like that. You want to resist? Fine, acceptable. Okay? But again, rule is set by me all the time. So this is a fascinating idea. Look at post-colonialism, look at post-structuralism, look at postmodernism, or any ism for that matter, which appear to be very, very emancipatory, which appear to be really disruptive of conventional knowledge. But are they? Are they? Not really. Because at the end of it, the reference points are all come from the West. Can you talk about post-colonialism without Edward Said? Can you talk about post-colonialism without Will Ashcroft, Diana Britton, Helen Tiffin? So that is why somebody asked, when did post-colonialism begin? The answer is, when third world intellectuals arrived in the first world. When third world intellectuals arrived in the first world, they started looking at things entirely differently. It's like the view. You climb up to a tree and look, it will appear different from what you are actually seeing now. So if that is the case, then post-colonialism is not as emancipatory, as disruptive as we imagine it to be. Because whenever we talk about post-colonial article, you will always find that there are references. Once in a while, Hammond will come because he brings to table something else, because he openly supports violence, sees it as cathartic, or so not many people will agree with that, because I don't think anybody who is in teaching profession will accept violence. We may debate, we may discuss, we may fight 1,000 words to words, but we cannot really get physical or said law. That is the reason perhaps post-colonialism has remained mostly deeply entrenched. It advances in many ways. Look at all the new domains that have actually come. New region studies, area studies, disciplines, domains, like whether it is South Asia departments, whether it is Middle Eastern departments, Southeast Asian departments, and so on and so forth. So these are new ways of creating. Many people doubt the very term South Asia. That what is that common thread that unites multiple? Because it is exactly the opposite of that. Because it has led to violence, disruption, division, right? Splitting of countries and so on. So what is that unifying factor that actually connects me with someone else in sitting in Kandahar, for example? So these are important debates. So now this is my part one. I would actually, so all of us, teachers, professors, scholars, in one way or the other, we perpetuated this, imagining that post-colonialism is the alternative. Post-colonialism was never the alternative. It was a cosmetic, it brought some freshness to the vocabulary, there is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. But where is the revolutionary potential of the subject in Homi Bhabha? In Homi Bhabha, who is the agent, who is the subject? I don't see the subject in Bhabha who can actually protest, who can actually challenge. Now this is part one. So we have to do something about that. Now the next part is the continuation of our discussion, which is post-colonialism. I just touched upon that idea. Let me, if, as you know, colonialism was all about controlling history. Colonialism in one way controlled the future. Right? Where you will be after 5 years, because believe me, there have been studies, Medicine studies, which tells us that till 11th century, India contributed 32% of world's GDP. And no nationalist from India is saying this. This is the whole system. You can actually go and look it for yourself. Angus Madison studies. Then when the Mughals come, it is still not that bad. It is even till 16th century, 17th century, it has come to close to 25%. But still there is a fall. You know when the British left India, what was India's contribution? 4 point something. Okay, so now, after 80 years of independence, we are at 5.2 or 3. And you know what it was in 1990s? 3.2. Okay, so we are talking about that kind of progression. So now, if we really want to know my past, because colonialism simply did not control the future or the present, it more importantly controlled our past. How you want to be known, how do you see yourself? It's almost like standing before the mirror. These guys remove the mirror and give us 20 books. Look at these books and find yourself in that. And when you see yourself against those books, what do you see? You see that you are in the infancy of civilization. You are in the Asiatic mode of production. Who are the great revolutionaries? Karl Marx. Karl Marx defended India's colonialism. Marx believed that India should stay colonized. Right? Weber believed that India can never be a capitalist society because they are not individuals yet. Because Protestant ethics and capitalism go hand in hand, because these people are too much community driven. But look at Tamil Nadu, most of the business has been community driven. Right? Or elsewhere in all the families, right? Big families, Tata families, Birla families, whether all Ambani families and so on. Marwadis, it's mostly through that network of ethnic community, right? So it's not that it has to be exactly the way Weber imagined. So what I'm saying is that many of these vocabulary, they don't articulate our experience. But you read Introduction to Sociology, that's all you read. Aaj Weber Dukhan. Okay? Will you read anything about Dharma Shastras or Nyaya Shastras or Dandanitis? No. Will you even read Milton Singer's writings on Tamil Nadu? Okay, Milton Singer has spent decades in understanding capitalism in Tamil Nadu. A fascinating book when a great tradition modernizes, that's the title. That how basically that change is taking place. But we all imagine that these are emancipatory vocabularies. Right? But actually they were not. So, what exactly? How do they confer subjecthood on us? How do I see myself as a subject? As a carrier of reason, as a carrier of agency? There are 20 books. Okay? And these 20 books tell me that I am in the infancy of history. Go back to our Hegelian understanding of that linear understanding of history, that there are some people who have reached our historical subjects, that is the West, and West became West, as you know, because of colonialism. Right? Otherwise, how did India contribute 32% of world's GDP? Then why it suddenly changes from 32 to 25%, 25 to 4%? That means it is because of plunder they became rich. Of course, now they are paying to their nose. Many of the Western countries are almost bankrupt, they are struggling. Anyway, we should not be happy when somebody is suffering. But why is it that understanding of history made us perpetually in the waiting rooms of history? Indians were perpetually in the waiting rooms of history. We were never historical subjects. We were in the waiting room. Have you seen interviews? Before you go to the interview hall, you have to wait in the adjacent hall until your turn comes. Right? So we are always in that room. We never get us into unless and until we start communicating with our colonizers. So we became historical subjects only after we came in contact with the colonizers. That is the typical understanding of history. Now, how to what extent that helps me to access my past? Does it help me? 20 books, 200 books, 2000 books. Does it help me to understand why I am worshipping a stone as Shiva? Because many of these psychoanalysis, for example, will tell me that you have repressed sexual desire. It is nothing but a phallus. You are worshipping a phallus symbol of phallus. Does it explain my experience? Or does it explain their experience of us? No, it doesn't explain my experience. Because we know that a Shiva lingam can be iconic and it can be non-iconic. If you go to many temples, for example, in Bhubaneswar there is a Lingaraj temple, there is virtually no lingam. It's just a small mound. That is a latter-day thing that actually becomes more or less like this. But then, regardless of that, how does that knowledge help me access my past? It does in a way, but it exactly does with an exact reverse result. It makes me ascend of my past. It doesn't explain my experience. So, if you want to know more about this, please read a book called Reconceptualizing India Studies by S.N. Balagangadhara, Professor Balu, as he is popularly called. S.N. Balagangadhara, Reconceptualizing India Studies. So, now the question is that these books who act as my mirror, they actually don't give me access to my past. Rather, they alienate me from that. I start seeing myself as a deviant object, as a repressed sexually pervert. Okay? It doesn't explain me, it alienates me. I feel ashamed of myself. So, that is the reason why post-colonialism cannot really help us to recover from that prison house. I told you, whether it is in the Homi Baba version, where he doesn't believe in two space. If you look at Orientalism, advanced science understanding, even in Hannah, colonialism has two spaces. The space of the colonizer and the space of the colonized. They will never meet. Only when they meet, there will be conflict. There will be violence, not sex. Homi Baba brings in another dimension, says that there is a third space in between. When they communicate, collaborate, even while collaborating, they are resisting. So take for example, madam is asking me, forcing me to do something, I say yes, yes, madam. But I am pretending to be very respectful, but I am not. She has given me the key to his bhandara. I am going stealing something in between. So this is what Homi Baba is talking about. This pilferage, artificial respect, these are the ways we challenge colonialism. But is it enough to make you independent? Can that make you independent? No. Because you are still, even as you do it, you still remain glued to that particular framework. That is why post-colonialism, post-structuralism, post-modernism, all these things are inventions to retain the West as the center of knowledge. The center of gravity, intellectual gravity, remains still with the West, whether you agree with them or you disagree with them. Because dissent also comes from there. Now, how do we break this prison house? Decolonial studies, many people still call it decolonial studies, not post-colonial. Post-colonial is hyphenism. Okay. As you know, there is many people place a hyphen between post and colonial. Some people write them together. Because many people, but it is understood instinctively that post-colonial is not the same as past colonial. It is something else. It is an intricate negotiation between the colonizer and the colonized. Okay. So decoloniality, that way many people would argue, is the answer, not post-colonialism. And you may ask me, who are these thinkers and what is this framework? Where is this framework coming from? Interestingly, this framework actually has come from, in many parts, it has actually come from different parts of Asia and Latin America. Okay. In Asia, you have very interesting people, Professor Alatas from Northeast Oxford universities, Professor Alatas from University of Malay, or Professor Sanders from Latin America. So these are the people who have actually brought really refreshing insights to that. And if you look at India, who are these people? I just now mentioned one, S.N. Balagangadhar. Before that, go to Claude Alvarez. Claude Alvarez is the one who wrote this fascinating book called Decolonizing History. Okay, that was way back. It was written in the 80s, 80 something. It is not a recent book. 50 years ago it was written. Claude Alvarez is a one Catholic who actually I had invited him to our department once. Fascinating understanding of how we should or should not become historical subjects. Okay. Then you have many people, again, the land, Aurobindo. So there is vocabulary waiting to be discovered. But it's just that we have not gone there for Indian frameworks. Because unless and until you develop your own theory, you do anything, the reference points will be elsewhere. Because it is theory which organizes your experience. It is theory which determines the outcome of your research. Okay? You cannot live without theory. Okay? In fact, when we are already talking and doing things, we are in fact enacting theory in many ways. The reason why birthday celebration, something will be, there will be some cracker and people will go to stand. So we are already enacting theory because we have already seen something of that kind happening elsewhere, imagining that is how things happen. Or the way I express my gratitude to somebody, Professor, the principal sir was talking about that, how he looked at how welcome address is given. Because we believe that is how it is. We all do that. Right? So how do we break free from it? We cannot break free imagining that somebody else will do that work for us. We have to look for our own resources. And these resources are available, just waiting to be discovered. Otherwise, tell me simple. We are a 5,000-year-old civilization. Western theory comes to us only in the last 60 years. By Western theory, I don't mean disciplinary theories coming from 18th century. I am talking about the so-called post-structuralist / postmodernist theory, which is 50 to 60 years old, or before that another 200 years. Say, give it 200 to 50 years. But we are a 5,000-year-old civilization. How did we create these systems of thought? Sophisticated systems of thought. If you really want to know what we stood for, please read Max Muller's Oxford Lecture Series. Max Muller gave a series of talks at Oxford University, you know to whom? To the ICS officers who are trainees there. Once they complete their training, they will come to India. You know what is their manual? Their manual is the history book written by James Mill. James Mill is the father of John Stuart Mill. So James Mill wrote 4 volumes of India without ever setting foot on India. He never came to India, but he wrote 4 volumes of that. And that became the manual of ICS officers. What is today called IAS. So they are ready to come to India, and maybe they made a mistake. They invited Max Muller to go. Max Muller, we have intellectual disagreement with Max Muller because his dating and all that, I have some issue with that. But he is a powerhouse of ideas. He is a revolutionary of sorts. Because he is in the heartland of colonialism. At the peak of colonialism, he is actually going and telling them that whatever you have learned is all wrong. He actually says that. Just read, it's freely available. You can simply Google Oxford lectures by Max Muller, you will find them. Okay, there is a series of 5 or 6 lectures. Okay, just read the first lecture itself. That should suffice. Okay. So, how do we do that? If we are doing it with an awareness that we don't have sufficient vocabulary to articulate our experience. Why I say our experience? Does it mean that our ancestors never articulated their experience? No, they did. They did it really well. The fact that we are standing in it at a time when we have already been manipulated, we have already been trained in a particular type of vocabulary. So, that is the reason why we think we are neither here nor there. That's the reason why many a time our own indigenous vocabulary also becomes inadequate to articulate our experience. Because we are more or less hybrids. Right? We speak, eat, do things which are both here and there. So many a time we think that maybe Indian vocabulary was not sufficiently evolutionary, it is frozen in time, it cannot articulate our experience. But believe me, just go to Indian aesthetic traditions. Somebody was, I think Mahendraji was talking about rasa and all that. There are 6 schools of thought in aesthetics. You go to any school, whether it is Riti, whether it is Auchitya, whether it is Dhwani, whether it is rasa, you go to any part, you will find that how the idea has evolved. Everybody is actually challenging the predecessor. Kapil Kapoor says we are a knowledge society. Because we didn't have, particularly Hindus, didn't have one God, one book. That is why it came naturally to them to challenge the book. So Bharata has been pilloried by people. Those who came after Bharata, we may think that Bharata wrote its Panchama Veda and we should not touch it. No. People have totally moved away from Bharata. People have added new rasas. Imagine. So this is something that we have to, so an awareness of the limits of our existing vocabulary and the realization that there may be something available amongst us which we can use it, put them to good use. So doing things through IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. Indian Knowledge Systems is not a proper term, I would say, because the fact that the moment you call it system, it becomes rigid. It appears to be rigid. But it's almost like English studies. Does anyone does English in English studies? Hardly. People do mostly politics, culture. Right? English studies is a misnomer, so to speak. Similarly, IKS can also be intellectually. Let us be honest. Intellectually, it can also be a misnomer. You call it anything. You call it Bharathiyar Jnana Parampara. You call it anything. But it definitely gives you that awareness. Doing things with an awareness is something that is the first step to self-discovery. So IKS is actually self-discovery. It is one way of, whether it is public administration, whether it is aesthetics, Adya Shastra, Natya Shastra, Saundarya Shastra, Niti Shastra, Nyaya Shastra, Danda Niti, you name any, Vastu Shastra, Ayurveda, you name any. There are, one of our research students 2 months back discovered a Tibetan, 11th century Tibetan document written in Sanskrit on Dhanur Vidya. It's a very short document, 65 pages document of Dhanur Vidya written by a Tibetan monk in Sanskrit. And he was trying to translate that and so on. Something which hardly, there is just one reference to that text. It is virtually lost, we don't even know. So there are hundreds of such documents waiting to be discovered. Then we can intellectually challenge it, interrogate it, differentiate our views from that and so on and so forth. That is all. I think in academia everything is there, as long as it is not violent. So IKS that way, I would say, it gives you, helps you with vocabulary that makes the past a little comprehensive when you are not ascend of it. And it totally alters the way you see yourself, and it also, in a way, I can go on for another 20 minutes also, but I will stop because I don't believe in the very fact that we have to articulate every minute detail of our arguments, because as they say, समझदारों को, what is that? समझदारों को इशारा ही काफी होता है, right? So people will understand what exactly we are trying to establish. So we also made history. We were a 5,000-year-old civilization. Without creating these edifices, we would not have survived. We would have just come and gone. Right? Imagine in our Sradha today, in our temples today, the rituals or the prasad is done exactly more or less the same way, the way it was done 2,000 years ago. Even today in Jagannath temple, potato is not allowed to enter. Chili is not allowed to enter because these are foreign vegetables. Exactly the food is prepared the way it was. Again, we can say that is it really the best way to preserve the tradition? Okay, I mean, we can always debate. But is it what is so intellectually destabilizing about that either? So I would stop here by saying that the key word in IKS is Indian or Bharathiyar. And these disciplines that come under IKS, whether it is aesthetics or architecture or anything for that matter, metallurgy, Indian metallurgy was top class, right? Indian metallurgy was top class. In fact, you have seen this in Bahubali, that how the sword prepared by an Indian can actually easily defang the others and so on. But actually, Indian metallic understanding knowledge was top class. So, how do we really bring all these disparate disciplines together and call it IKS? Is it simply about a domain or an umbrella term which brings all these disparate domains and creates this facade of a discipline called IKS? No, IKS is not a discipline. We would have to discipline it to become a discipline. So let it stay as a fluid term to be characterized more by an attitude. IKS is about drishti. It is about iksa. It is a set of attitudes. It's not a discipline, it's not a subject as such. So once we have that attitude, then the battle is after. Thank you very much.
So I felt like, I think most of us would have felt like that, as if we were in a lab and you were dissecting English studies for us. And it was very thought-provoking, and we felt that we are in a trap trap, and it's time to come out of the trap. And you have posed some very pertinent questions for which we will have to seek out the answers that come out. And the need to go back to IKS, is you made it very clear, sir. Thank you very much. On a very special day as this, I would like to mention that our principal is a person who wants to do something new every year. So he was always thinking of a plan that conversational English or communication English should also be given to people who are not familiar with the language. And as an initiative, he wanted the auto drivers to know basic English. So TAGORE Government Arts and Science College, he said that our college should do something for the society, and that is an initiative started by our college, and it is a CSR initiative taken up by Divya Foundation, Navyoga, KC Overseas Education, One Men One Foundation. And so this is a small initiative that he has started. I'm sure it's going to extend to the other sections of the society. And we are very proud, sir, that you have taken it up personally. And so may I now request the principal to hand over the pamphlets.
Thank you. Before I can hand over, I just want to tell, Pondicherry is known for different religions, for spiritual religion, for Buddhism religion, for many things, because we all know that lakhs of people visit Pondicherry, but they come from various parts of this world, and many of them may not be knowing Tamil. So what we thought, why we should not make an initiative, even that Google is there, still we thought that all the words can be translated as namaste, so like that. So it's a two-way process, where many of the auto drivers also feel lucky that they can be able to speak to the, those are coming tourists. So we just made an initiative like this, where anyone who comes to Pondicherry will feel thrilled to read that. They don't have to search Google, they don't have to go through anything. The auto drivers can learn English, and the visitors can learn Tamil through this piece of paper. So we just made an initiative for this, and this will be inaugurated today, and we will be giving to, we have prepared almost 100 odd numbers, will be distributed to the auto drivers of Pondicherry. Because when you say we are literate people, that does not mean that the knowledge should be restricted to us. How that can be transmitted to the common people if the knowledge is not reaching. And I'm sure with this, our auto driver friends, their earning resources will be also much better. Because we all love, the moment I say Vanakkam, many people like it. Like that when the auto driver speaks to a person from outside, sir, good morning sir, welcome to Pondicherry. Then instead of giving 20, you will feel like giving 50 also. So I thought, yes, that's how the language is. See, criticizes owners because of the language only. Sir was talking so many things on that. So I feel this is an initiative to make Pondicherry as a better place to visit. So I just want to request all the adults here on the stage. I will just give it to sir to inaugurate this. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
This is Tamil in English. Tanglish. So Tanglish. So you can learn, and wonderful things are there. In fact, it's written useful expressions. Vanakkam, hello, enna, what, eppadi, how, neenga, you, eneku, for me. So like that, these are the words that we mentioned. And finally, veda, venu. So these are the words, because till now, 15 years I have learned this much only. Had I got it sometime before, my Tamil would have been slightly better. So maybe this will be useful for all the public, all the tourists, those who come to Pondicherry. And this is a small initiative from this part of this college. Thank you so much.
On the back side also, we have made the historical places of Pondicherry also.
Thank you, sir. Now, before we go on to a very serious discussion and debates on the topic, we are very proud to present to you a member of the music club of our college and a student, third year students of psychology, Veronica, Ms. Veronica Stiffy. She as a project has done some remarkable work about how music can influence emotions. Over to Veronica.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here and to all the scholars, staffs of the department and of our college. So talking of music, music keeps us in the present while replaying the past and giving us a hope for a better future. So you see, music is something that is very connected, flowing freely with each other, and the way in the chords, the notes, the melody, the harmony, the meanings, they all flow very perfectly with each other, with its differences in it. And it's the same way we process information from our environment. The basic sensations, the perception, the neurological processes, the activation of brain areas like the auditory cortex, the motor cortex, the amygdala, saying that it induces emotions. And all these things, they flow perfectly with each other from the sensation to the behavior that we exhibit. So how do we enjoy music? We create these certain expectations in the progression of a piece of music, and when it meets expectations, we have a pleasant experience of it. And what about these emotions? What about the memories? So you see, emotions, they say emotions are very contagious, meaning that we have mirror neurons in our brain that automatically mimics what we're observing, what we experience. These mirror neurons, what you have learned from your age of, like the age of birth, to till now, the genres that you have come across in your life, they all get rewinded. It is a cue to a memory that this certain kind of music induces this certain or elicits this kind of memories and emotions. And that is what I'm about to project or you're about to experience here. So I'll be playing a piece of music for about 3 minutes, which I've composed personally, and I'm an amateur, so don't mind if there are any flaws. And this is something that I've taken up because I very much give importance to emotions in my life and experiences. So what I want or request you to do is to close your eyes for the next 3 minutes, and I want you to experience this music. Feel the connection between the piece of music that you are about to experience, the emotions that you are going to experience. It necessarily doesn't mean you have to name these emotions. It is just that you have to experience these emotions and these memories. So for the next 3 minutes, I request you all to please close your eyes for a better experience, because you'll be distracted by opening your eyes and seeing all the what others are doing. So I request you to please close your eyes and be aware of what you're going to experience the next 3 minutes. Thank you. can open your eyes, and I would appreciate if you give your feedback, but as we are running short of time, and so I request you to personally give your feedbacks, and if anything is there to improve, I appreciate it and I welcome it very, very openly. And I thank you everyone for this opportunity, for the agency, for patiently waiting and getting this out, and thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica, for that calming effect. And I should thank our principal for letting the stage for Veronica for a short time. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Hema.
So, as we come to the end of this inaugural session of this memorable seminar, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Kala, Head of Department of English, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Kala has played a pivotal role in organizing this event, and I now request ma'am to express our collective gratitude to everyone involved in making the seminar a success.
Thank you. A very good morning to every one of you gathered here on the dais and people who are on the other side. I deem it a great honor to propose the vote of thanks here today, mainly because this is, really a privilege, I should say, because to sit with people who are so learned and then they are here to share their views and they share it so well. And I'm so happy that this occasion has been given to me. Now, this program on Indianizing English Studies, this national seminar, organized actually by our principal and Mahendra Jagannath Dutte, is a real learning place for us, and we could see that even today. Right? I thank our principal who has always been supportive in giving such programs for us. His steadfast support is the tool of, has been the tool behind this program also. I'm really very thankful to you, sir, for this. I thank our chief guest, Dr. Thiru Namachivayam, who couldn't be here, Honorable Education Minister, who wanted to be here but who has sent his greetings. I thank him in absentia. I thank our guest of honor, Thiru M. Vaidyanathan, Member of Legislative Assembly, for in fact for his feelingful participation, I should say. Yes. For the whole session, and he's in fact, I could see the earnestness in his participation. I really thank you, sir, for being here. I should thank Dr. Alok Kumar Chakrawal, who couldn't be here, but I thank him for having supported us. His felicitation would be there. I thank Professor Jyotirmaya Tripathi. In fact, my first few minutes of hesitation was due to yours. I was so spellbound, right? The lecture was charming, it was passionate, and in fact, she compared it to a lab. I would rather compare it to a cascade, getting so much of knowledge, and then, as he said, it was in all our minds. It was in all our minds. But then, how we could express it so well. That was so very well read, and then very thought-provoking, scintillating, excellent lectures, sir. I should say that to you. Thank you for that. And in fact, this awareness itself on decolonization, we were. Shackles, our shackles free in 1947, but then shackles of the mind yet to be free. We are still, looking towards the best for everything, and it is time that we reconnect to the past. And that by having control over the past, we can face our future better. That is what it is said, and you rightly put it, sir. English is not just a language, it is a concept. It is the concept of Eurocentrism, it is the concept of Western superiority, and it is rightly put, coloniality is replaced by Western supremacy, right? Western imperialism, we are still not over, we are not still over that. So I think it is time that we go back to the past, and sir rightly put it. Thank you very much, sir, for the beautiful morning session. I thank all the HODs who have come here to listen to this, and I hope you would have enjoyed the session. And I thank all the participants for being here to share your views from different colleges of Pondicherry as well as from other places. I thank you all very much. I thank all the organizers for doing. Coming to the organizers and to our dear principal, right? I should say my thanks to you. I need not say, it is there in the heart of everyone for creating such beautiful academic sessions for us. Food for the mind. Thank you very much, sir. I thank Prasad sir for the computer support. I thank the organizers. I thank Akila madam for the wonderful prayer song. I thank everyone who is here. And I think I should thank the librarian sir for being with us fully or behind the behind the seminar. And I thank everyone for being here, our students who are supporting us also today. Thank you everyone. It has been a wonderful session. I hope you enjoyed it too. Have a good day. Thank you.
Time for the tea break. Tea is served in the adjacent room, and see you back, say precisely in 10 minutes because we are running short of time and we have to commence the technical sessions. Please enjoy it.
Krishna Kumar, Marie Antoinette Nancy, and Vilya Sita Kalapa Payagonde. Please come forward. The participants, the presenters, please come forward. Dr. Aruna will come to the stage, please. Has organized many seminars, international seminars and conferences, edited books, and her articles are found in peer-reviewed journals and other reputed journals. So I should also say she's a kind of a mentor to me during my PhD days. She was the one who was always backing me to study. She helped me a lot. I'm very, very happy to honor her with a shawl and a small memento on behalf of the organizing team and the college.
Intimate friends, sharing the stage. Development of within an educated.
The paper presenters, you could present leave your papers with Dr. Prasad here, the soft copies, and these are the names. Good morning, every one of you present here. I'm very happy to be part of this conference, and I'm very thankful to Dr. Shashikanta Das, Principal TAGORE College, for suggesting my name as chairperson for the first session. So I thank him in absentia, and I thank the entire team, the conveners, Professor Kata and Professor Anju, and the entire department headed by Dr. Kala. Thank you, each one of you, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this national conference. Thank you. And I was just listening to our guest, the chief guest lecture, the IIT professor. Yes, Dr. Alok Kumar. Sorry, Professor Jyotirmaya Dwivedi. That was a wonderful session, actually. And he was talking about the post-colonial situations. What I feel is when we go back to people like Aurobindo, Sri Aurobindo, who chose to write in the English language. And now in his Renaissance in India, actually Aurobindo speaks about how Renaissance in India is entirely different from the Renaissance that we have studied in our history of English literature, the English or the European Renaissance, which happened in the 14th century. And here Aurobindo says Renaissance in India involves three aspects. One is at the intellectual level, the other one is at the creative level, and the third one is at the spiritual level. Now, so he says, we need to look back to India's past, the ancient India,
when, which was the golden period of Indian civilization. So he says when we look into that past, we have to draw from the spirituality, and that spirituality is nothing to do with religion or worshipping or rituals. But rather these three aspects that he speaks of, it is all encompassing, and it involves the intellect, it involves creativity, and it involves the spiritual as well. And all these aspects which will reflect our move towards the Godhead. Okay, it's a kind of worship, a kind of life, everyday life that will lead to oneness of all beings, or the realization of oneness. Now this national conference on Indianizing English studies, form, language and theory. I think the process has started. Now this was written by, Renaissance in India was written by Aurobindo 100 years back. So that Renaissance has already started and it is in process. I think by 2047 we might realize that idea that we are dreaming of, the new identity, the Indian identity we might realize. So I congratulate the organizers, and this conference is also moving towards that realization, I hope. So thank you, and let's have the first paper.
Ms. Mohammeda. So let's move on to the next presenter, Avantika. Yes. The title of our paper is Universal Archetypes, a comparative study of God Horus and Lord Krishna in the unity of mythologies. Yes.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm PC Avantika of 2nd MA, my India College of Arts and Science. It's a privilege for me to present before you on the topic Universal Archetypes, a comparative study of God Horus and Lord Krishna in the unity of mythologies. This research paper undertakes a comparative analysis of archetypal figures of God Horus from the Egyptian mythology and Lord Krishna from the Hinduism to demonstrate the concept of unity of all mythologies and deities. Both Horus and Krishna represent a central figure in respective religions and traditions, embodying the principles of cosmic order, justice, and divine intervention. By examining the life stories, symbolic significance, and roles within their mythologies, this study reveals profound similarities, suggesting that these deities are manifestations of universal spiritual archetypes. Horus, the son of Osiris, and Isis is revered as the god of kingship, light, and protector of the pharaoh, while Krishna is celebrated as the 8th avatar of Vishnu, a divine protector, guide, and upholder of Dharma, which is cosmic law. There are few other scholars who have attempted to explore on this comparative mythology, such as Joseph Campbell, Sir James Frazer, and who have examined universal patterns across myths, especially highlighting shared themes in hero's journey and savior figures. Campbell's concept of monomyth or hero's journey posits that myth worldwide follows similar structures reflecting a shared human experience and spiritual quest. Building on these ideas, few other scholars have specifically focused on savior archetypes, analyzing how figures like Horus, Krishna, Jesus, and many others serve as a symbol of divine intervention and cosmic order. This research identifies recurring elements such as miraculous birth, early threats, persuasion, final triumphs over evil, and expression of humanity's universal longing for redemption and justice. The study's findings reveal significant parallels between mythological narratives of Horus from the Egyptian mythology and Krishna from the Hindu tradition, underscoring the existence of shared archetypal savior figure across cultures. The key elements in the life and roles of both deities align, suggesting that despite cultural differences, there exists a universal narrative structure that fulfills deep-seated spiritual and psychological needs. Both the divine miraculous births and divine origins, emphasizing their divine nature. Horus, the son of Isis and Osiris, is conceived posthumously after his father's murder by Seth, signifying a divine intervention to ensure cosmic balance. Krishna, similarly, is born to Devaki and Vasudeva under miraculous conditions with divine prophecy, foretelling his role as a destroyer of evil. These miraculous births point to the predestined role as saviors and reveal a cultural reverence for the concept of divine intervention. On the other hand, both figures face immediate threats from their tyrannical uncles, Seth in the case of Horus and Kamsa for Krishna. Seth, the god of chaos, kills Osiris and seeks to eliminate Horus to prevent the restoration of order. Similarly, Kamsa, having received a prophecy of his death at Krishna's hand, tries to kill Krishna by having received a prophecy of his death at Krishna's hands, imprisoning his parents, murdering all of Devaki's children. This shared narrative of uncles attempting to kill their nephews highlights a symbolic confrontation between order and chaos or tyranny. To escape these threats, both Horus and Krishna spent their early lives hidden by Horus hidden by Isis in the Nile Delta, where she ensures his survival until he can challenge Seth. Krishna likewise is hidden away from Kamsa and raised in rural village of Gokul by foster parents. These hidden childhoods symbolize the nurturing of divine potential away from worldly dangers and reflect a common motive where the savior figures must grow in relative obscurity before fulfilling their destiny. Eventually, both Horus and Krishna confront and defeat their uncles, restoring balance and justice. Horus battles Seth in a cosmic struggle, re-establishing the rightful order among the gods and avenging his father. Krishna fulfills the prophecy by killing Kamsa, liberating his parents and restoring peace to the land. These confrontations symbolize the archetypal struggle between good and evil, with the savior figures ultimately emerging as the bringer of justice and cosmic order. Beyond their individual stories, both Horus and Krishna serve as protectors of righteousness and worshipped as symbols of divine justice. Horus becomes a symbol of kingship and protector of Egypt, embodying the ideals of balance and order. Krishna in Hindu tradition is seen as a divine guide and protector who defends dharma, which is righteousness. The study also highlights Krishna's role in Mahabharata, where he serves as a divine guide to Prince Arjuna, helping him understand and fulfill his duty to restore righteousness. This role parallels Horus's battle with Seth in Egyptian mythology. Horus, as the son of Osiris, is destined to confront Seth, who represents chaos and disorder. Through his struggle with Seth, Horus ultimately restores cosmic order, avenging his father's death and securing justice. Horus's fight against Seth is not just personal but symbolic of a larger cosmic struggle between order and chaos. Much like Krishna's guidance to Arjuna, represents the fight to uphold righteousness and justice. In both narratives, Krishna and Horus serve as embodiments of divine wisdom and justice, leading others in the battle against forces that threaten cosmic balance. Krishna through his teachings to Arjuna and Horus through his direct combat with Seth, each restore harmony and uphold moral order, exemplifying the archetype of divine protector and preserver of righteousness. This comparison further underscores the universal theme of savior archetype, as both the figures guide or lead and arise to triumph over evil, demonstrating humanity's deep-seated need for divine support in the pursuits of justice. Thus, the paper demonstrates that the mythological figures of Horus from the Egyptian mythology and Krishna from the Hindu tradition reflect a shared archetypal pattern of the divine savior. Despite originating in vastly different cultures, both deities share significant narrative similarities, such as their miraculous birth, confrontations with their tyrannical uncles, hidden childhoods, and ultimate victories that restore cosmic order. These parallels suggest a universal structure in mythology, where savior figures embody humanity's enduring quest for justice, protection, and divine guidance. The truth is a formless power that is in everything. All the different gods are actually different forms of one universal power. It's like how water can be ice, liquid, and but is still water. This idea is important because it shows that even with many gods, there is a belief in one ultimate truth. By comparing the narratives of Horus and Krishna, this study reveals that mythologies worldwide are interconnected through a common spiritual themes and archetypes. This unity of mythologies reflects a shared spiritual heritage across humanity, suggesting that cultures throughout history have developed myths not only to explain the world, but to express universal psychological and spiritual aspirations. This research ultimately supports the idea that while mythologies are diverse in form and details, they converge on common truth and transcend cultural boundaries, highlighting the collective human journey for meaning and connection with the divine. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we have questions now, discussion, or later after all the papers are done?
Shall we have the discussion then? Towards the end. Okay. So then we go to we move on to the next paper presenter, Dr. M. Krishnakumar, my colleague from PG Center, Indian Philosophy, Spirituality and Environment and Literature is his paper.
He is heading the department, the Tamil department there, and he has come for this English conference, right? So let us give him a round of applause.
Thanks to the great people who are organizing this great national seminar under the leadership of dynamic Captain Sasikant Das, sir. He is the guiding force under all the source who is behind this. Long years back, Globalizing Hindu Studies by Narendra Datta in USA, he is Swami Vivekananda. Now Indianising English Studies by Jagannath Datta, who is organizing this seminar. And keynote address given by Jyotir Maya Tripati sir very nicely. We have all seen Bahubali film. We remember only that bridge made by Bahubali or Anushka. She will go from this shoulder to that shoulder to the boat. But we have not realized that one scene about that squad, which are all above all the countries, our Indian squad is very powerful. That is noticed by keynote address expressed very nicely. This is forgotten by like this only. We forgotten everything Indian philosophy, which always we make everything. Everybody as father philosophy, father of psychology, the foreigners. We people are before 5,000 years, rightly noted by Prince Paul. Like this, we are losing our heritage, everything, culture, everything. Fortunately, we are having this seminar nicely. Killing Socrates, he is the father of philosophy. But he killed by that people only, their own people. But now they are celebrating him as the father of philosophy. But in Indian culture, we always praise even all the overall contribute for our success. Like this, we forgotten our great Tamil literatures, Indian philosophy, unveils profound truths about human existence. With Tamil philosophy forming an integral part of this tradition, it conveys philosophical ideas, spiritual perception of God, and emphasizes the importance of protecting the environment. Ancient Tamil texts, particularly 14 genuine works, is called Sathiram, Sathirangal, appeared around the 12th century, offering deep insights. This article focuses on the key text among these, Sivajnana Bodham. These are all great philosophies, great metaphors. Western people cannot think like this. If you can realize this after this session. The philosophy of Meganda, Sathiram comes from the Sanskrit word, he is Meganda, Sivajnana Bodham. Before that, the gurus will be like this. Sathiram comes from Sanskrit Shastra, meaning scripture or order. Sivajnana Bodham by Meganda is considered one of the finest philosophical works teaching life principle as commands for disciplined living. Matter is that character makes perfect. the gurus are not only teach the lesson, but the character. They teaches the character. It adheres to the non-dualistic philosophy. That is called Advaita. The tradition of gurus holds a high place in Indian culture. Indian culture. Gurus did more than teach. They trained students in swordsmanship, horse riding, archery, and meditation. Even kings in grand places honored their gurus. Even the king's son, prince, who often lived humbly under trees as if they were divine beings. This deep respect stemmed from the guru's profound wisdom, allowing them to predict seasons and guide festivals with accuracy. From here, there is about the whole galaxy. There, rightly told about. We calculated everything. Amasa, Purnami, and 15 days once a full moon. Amasa, 15 days without moon. Like that, many things we calculated. Even Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, everything belongs to the planet name only. Tingal, Java, it is translated in English as Tingal means Chandran, it's moon day is Monday. Sunday is sun day, Surya, Naya. Everything from this ancient people who are all gurus. Certain methods of people are building. Gurus also taught the medicinal properties of neem leaves, the cultural importance of mango leaves in decoration and various forms of yoga, emphasizing the value of life, imparting supreme knowledge. Notable among these teachings are Meghkanda's philosophical insights. Spirituality, God, life and obstacles. Sivijnana Bodham, yes sir. Sivijnana Bodham explores the relationship between God, life and obstacles that hinder spiritual progress, such as egoism, desire and fate. Yes, sir. The relation between God and soul. This is a human life. Life is a long journey between human being and being human. That's the philosophy of our Meghkanda. The relationship between God and the soul. Meghkanda describes the relationship between God and soul through the metaphor of the sun and the stars. Stars cannot shine without sun. Just the soul needs divine grace for awareness. Without this divine presence, true understanding remains out of reach. In the womb, a being without awareness or action in a mother's stomach, resembling a blind worm only, the child. Meghkanda emphasizes that once the being is born, it gains knowledge and begins to take action. This is the significance of birth. Next, human and tree. Humans often view themselves as superior of trees, believing in the six senses. Six senses is mentioned only by Bharathiyar, 5,000 years ago. One sense, two, three, four, everything common sense. First touching, me, then nose, breathing, next eye, like the five senses. Above all, we are having six senses. It is mentioned by Bharathiyar. Nicely explained that. The meaning of concept. This makes our human beings very tough. Meghkanda likens conceit in life to the husk surrounding the rice. Just as rice cannot grow without its husk. Life is born with conceit. However, just as rice must be husked to be useful, a person must shed conceit to realize life's deeper truths. Meghkanda distills complex philosophical ideas into simple, accessible teachings. Exploring the unseen, Indian philosophy delves into understanding the soul beyond. Soul beyond what is physically perceivable. Each of five senses interacted yet distinct in the function. He only noticed that very nicely. The eye sees, the ear hears, but neither can perform the other role. Eyes cannot see, eyes cannot hear, ear cannot see. The soul alone comprehends this unity of the senses, embodying the true essence of knowledge. Meghkanda captures this concept, suggesting that knowledge lies in understanding the unity of our experience, the nature, birth, and character. Indian philosophy teaches that one should honor the divine daily, cultivating positive thoughts. In doing so, negative emotions diminish, allowing deeper spiritual focus, similar to how a woman balances a pot It is a great example given by Meganda. How a woman balances a pot on her head while staying aware of her surroundings. Meganda emphasizes that those who honor God discover both a friend and guide in the divine. Those who are helping for the society, God will come as servant and helper. This is rightly noted by Thiruvalluvar. Kudisaival ennu muruvarukku devam madithattu thaan mundurum. Its meaning is that the philosophy of thought by the swing. In Sivananagodam, Meganda likens life to a swing, which seems to rely on its course, but ultimately destined ground. Much we depend on God rather than material means. If it is realized, no war, only peace. Next. Reservoir of life. Life resembles a reservoir filled with water which, when it breaks, the water merges with the sea, indistinguishable, just as a soul unites with God. Sunlight and light. All light depends on the sun, without which the world would remain dark. Though the sun shines equally on everyone, only those with sight can experience its light. This is the philosophy of Meganda, highlighting our own limitations rather than those of the divine. So this is the environmental view. True nature and environment. Disciplined living is not only related to human beings, but extends to all forms of life, including trees and animals. Meganda philosophy emphasizes the importance of preserving the natural environment. When nature is replaced by artificial means, its richness diminishes. For example, water pollution leads to drought, which in turn contributes to global warming. Unity and divinity. While animals share in consistent behaviors, humans differ in both form and mind, making understanding complex, but aligning one's thoughts towards divine knowledge can dissolve the effects of past actions, bringing unity. The idea that God and men are different faiths, leading to an understanding of God within oneself, lessening the impact of karma and bringing one closer to divinity. It is a great result given by Meganda. The conclusion is that philosophy uses higher tools and promotes human well-being. Meganda's Sivananagodam offers essential teachings for living a balanced life, fostering spiritual growth and protecting the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We move on to the next presenter. Dr. Antoinette Nancy. Her title is Marriages Are Made in Heaven. I'm sorry, in India. That's how we have been, it's inscribed in our mind, our psyche. We can't get rid of that. How can we get rid of colonialism that easily? It's a very difficult task. Yeah.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, one and all. Marital matches are made in heaven, we believe, and as long as the stars agree to the union and the date and the hour and the minute and the second, a marriage is arranged to be carried out in great style. Marriages may be made in heaven, but they are arranged by parents on earth in most of India. Marriages are usually made in heaven, they say. But a reading of the two texts, namely, made in India, could also be mad in India, and India unboxed, we are like this only, left me speechless since both these texts clearly mirror the Indian way of life. While Tarika Roy and Soumya Gupta in their book Made in India showcase the quirky qualities of Indians and make us experience Indianness with a liberal use of vernacular vocabulary, Satwin Anand in his book India Unboxed, We Are Like This Only, discusses the deep-rooted cultural traditions, that Indians abide by despite the very things that divide the country. The exploration of the Indian Desi way of living is a common thread linking both the texts. This paper, titled Marriages Are Made in India, discusses how the sacred institution of marriage is dealt with in India. Chapters from the text include marriage market, arranged marriages, tying the knot, marriages and acquisitions, arranged marriage, the big fat Desi wedding, detail us of the traditional practice in Indian culture where marriage is often viewed as a union between two families more than a union of two individuals, with agents to carry out the entire process, and most importantly, decided by the stars in heaven, with endless number of spectacular, entertaining and engaging activities in between. While tracing the journey of arranged marriages in India, the paper will also look at the use of the vernacular phrases and words to convey the true essence of the typical Indian minds involved in this matrimonial process, which otherwise could not have been conveyed in English to nail the typical Indian attitude. Such usage of vernacular words or idioms date back to the Indian writings in English by a number of writers, and many others also have done this in order to evoke the Indian cultural and social scene, and we witness the same scope of using the vernacular with the writers of the two texts taken for discussion. Marriage is one of the important events in one's life, of course, because it happens only once, most often. But marriage, which is or should be an important decision in one's life, is unfortunately, or rather fortunately, arranged by the family. This is precisely what Tarika and Soumya speak about in their book. Tarika and Soumya loudly state as to how the Indian weddings are loud and involve everyone, making it for everyone as an affair to remember. This involvement of everyone in the matrimonial process is what is termed as plotting by Safir Anand in his book. I quote him, "Marriages could be made in heaven, but in India they are plotted and planned by friends and relatives on earth." So now the question in our mind would be, why this involvement by others? Why this plotting, planning, and why this arrangement? The answer to the question can be done by bringing in the famous structuralist Levi-Strauss and his theory of kinship. Levi-Strauss' structuralist theory of kinship is as such a framework for understanding the social structures, specifically in the context of building relationships and marriage. According to him, kinship systems and marriage practices are governed by rules that help structure societies. And this is where he talks about a theory called alliance theory. According to this theory, marriage is primarily a means of creating alliances between two groups of families rather than being a union of two individuals. Now let's apply this Strauss theory to the arranged marriage system in India. From what we all know, and also from what Tarika Roy, Soumya Gupta and Safir Anand have dealt with in their discussions on arranged marriages in India, we understand that marriage is most often not an individual choice, but that is more a mechanism for creating social ties or bonding between two families. This mechanism operates by what Strauss calls as exogamy, that is, the practice of marrying outside one's own social group. Strauss' discussion on the negotiation process during marriage concept of kinship and other concepts, they can be well related in the text Made in India and India Unboxed, in order to understand and explore the way structuralists view relationships. There are, since I don't want to prolong, I will talk about certain words which are dealt with in the book. Like for example, in the book there are words which discuss marriage as a tamasha, a soap opera, a Broadway musical, a mela, a uphill trek, a deal, fact, a mission, business transaction, and as a market. Now all these words, if we look into their meanings, we will find that they all talk about a huge number of people involved in the process, be it mela, be it a mission, or be it a business transaction. For instance, if you look at the word business transaction, why do we call marriage as a business transaction? Because the requirements are already fixed, and only those who meet the requirements are considered. This is what happens when arranged marriages happen in India. Also, in purview of the other concepts by Levi-Strauss, we can analyze that there are a number of negotiators in between this matrimonial process. For example, Tarika says that there is the first actor, that is the wedding broker, the dating or the matchmaking agencies, the newspapers, photographers. Safir Anand in his book, he talks of the matrimonial column of a Sunday newspaper. All these clearly show how many people are involved in the typical Indian marriage system. Safir Anand also talks about an instance where he says that marriage is more like a recruitment process. He says, I would like to compare the selection process of an arranged marriage to the stringent process of hiring by HR managers of large corporations. Hiring someone for an important position is a carefully planned process that takes some time to complete because of the layers of screening involved. Apart from clearing tests and interviews, salary negotiations are critical before a job is offered. Similarly, a marital alliance, which is considered to be a relationship that is believed in India to have 7 lifetimes with full family commitment, also takes a long time to complete. Arranged marriages being plotted in India, there are certain vernacular words and expressions in the discussion of, when we discuss these arranged marriages specifically in India. And all these we find that they convey the socio-cultural and the emotional aspects of the typical Indian mind. For example, the word Rishta, Kundali, Manglik, non-Manglik, they all point out, they all signal to the Indians' belief in the man who is actually seen as a provider of the astrological compatibility. The man is valued too much. Then we have the usage of words like Bhabi, Bhaiya, Jija, and all these vernacular words show the interconnectedness of the family members involved in the process. Also, we can find how there is societal pressure and the vernacular that is used to depict this societal pressure when discussing arranged marriages. For example, in Tamil we have the saying, we have the phrase, Udane Ninichiratham, Udane Kalyanam. Pattan Ninichiratham, Pattan Kalyanam. In Hindi and in Punjabi also there are certain phrases which are discussed in the book, like with the Hindi people they say, "Kitna bada ho gaya hai aapka beta," which indicates, which means that your boy has grown up too much, which means that you have to get him married soon. Or in Punjabi they say, "Hai munda tiro ho gaya," which means the boy has become almost 30 years and not got him married. So there is a societal pressure. So these are typical Indian phrases which are used, the vernacular that is used. Also we can talk about phrases indicating how the role of family members is very important in making this, making the important decision of life, that is marriage. For example, our elders in Tamil, they say, "Ayiram koi solliyo, koi kalyanatha pannalam." So such phrases are being discussed in the book, and all these vernacular expressions, they show how socio-feminine approval, along with the rituals, cultural rituals, they take an upper hand in matrimony. Also, by peeping in these vernacular expressions, as spoken by the typical Indian minds, it can be fairly noticed that marriage is often a collective and tailor-made experience rather than an individual one, and hence the title of the paper, "Marriages Are Made in India."
Thank you, Nancy. Now I request the next paper presenter, Indianising. Did I pronounce it right, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you very much.
The title is Integrating Development-Induced Displacement Literature in Indian English Studies. Critique of Sena Desai Gopal's The 86th Village.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I thought of beginning my presentation with my introduction, but madam has already pronounced my name, so I don't want to give introduction again. And I just want to add to that. Presently, I am working in the Department of English, Aringaranna Government Arts and Science College, Karaikal. And I'm very much thankful to the organizer and the college and the whole team for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on some of the inputs which I have thought going to be fruitful in the academia. Of course, quoting Mahendra Datte's words, that this is a kind of planting the thoughts. I don't claim that this is the comprehensive paper which will be having the direct conclusions and the reference materials, but this is kind of the intellectual deliberation on the discourse related to development studies in India. First, I would like to tell you what is the exact context of my paper, so that I can briefly come to the argument which I want to put forth here formally on this platform. We are not indifferent to development in the contemporary society. We all are directly or indirectly connected with development. And this is the phenomena which is prevalent or popular in both developed as well as developing countries. So development is an integral aspect of our life. However, when I am critiquing development, I will be talking about some of the negative aspects of the same. It doesn't mean that I want to sensitize you against the development. But when we are thinking of development, we have to think about other aspects also, and this is an honest attempt to throw light on that as well. And being the student of English literature, being the part of English curriculum, I just would like to stick to our texts That is the reason I have selected one novel by Sena Desai Gopal's The 86th Knowledge. It doesn't mean village. It doesn't mean that this is the only text. That is just a reference. In order to develop the thought in a particular direction, I have selected the text. But I will not be focusing much upon that. The broader area of my research is related to development-induced literature. The literature which is written by the writers, which revolves around the phenomena called development. In that, I have narrowed down the topic and come to displacement aspect only. And in that displacement aspect also, I have touched only protest and compensation in the current context. So this is what is my background to the paper. Let me read the paper and sum up the thoughts in a brief way. Higher educational curriculum of English studies in India includes the texts from diverse backgrounds with the aim to provide the comprehensive orientation to society and its surroundings to the individual. It is observed that most of the marginalized groups from the society do find the space along with the mainstream sections in literary and linguistic studies. Development-induced displacement has been one of the crucial issues in developing as well as developed countries. The large number of people is being displaced within the countries every year. Such displaced people have emerged as a distinct class in the society, irrespective of the original class or caste and religion or region they belong. The challenges faced by them, including the procedure followed in acquisition of the land by the government for the project, have been captured by the intellectuals in their writings. As a result, the significant literature dealing with the lives of the displaced is available in the contemporary period. The present paper highlights the need of integrating the development-induced displacement literature in English studies in higher education in India. The attempt is made to critique Sena Desai Gopal's novel, The 86th Village, in the context. The theme of the novel is pertinent to the discourse of displacement studies in the academia. The displacement reflected in the novel is caused by the proposal of building a dam, one of the development projects. It is argued through the paper that the similar texts might be included in the higher education curriculum of the English studies in India. This shall sensitize the young minds to the phenomena of the plights of the displacement in the society. Now, there are textual references and the analysis. I will be reading only one and we will go ahead with the conclusion and my stand on the paper. There are various aspects, but as far as building of dam or construction of the dam, one of the significant aspects or you can say part of the procedure, that is acquisition of the land. The people, not only few families, but together many villages, like hundreds of villages have been uprooted in some of the cases, but at least 10 to 15 villages have been uprooted for the building of one particular dam, and we are fruitfully, we are enjoying the fruits of the dam by sitting in the cities or by sitting in the villages also. It doesn't mean that only city people are harvesting the benefits of dams, but villagers are also harvesting, but there are two groups among the in the society, that is, one is the beneficiary and the other one is the affected one, but most of the time this affected one is neglected and the same is portrayed in literature by various reflected in literature in the form of poems, stories, plays. There are graphic novels also, many texts are there. When this land acquisition process starts, the government has to take care of the resettlement, rehabilitation of the people affected, but most of the cases it is found that only the government is pushing forward the project but neglecting the affected people, and they are not taking it very seriously. In this novel, Senadesai Gopal's novel, the 86th village, means 85 villages have got affected initially with another development project, that is mining, and the next one is dam. So they are displaced people went away after few years. They thought that now they can come and settle down. They settled down, and some few years passed, and again this dam was imposed on them, and the village which is in focus in the novel is 86th village. So you can just imagine about the seriousness of the topic and the problems they face. So one of the government officers who is coming to the village as rehabilitation officer, and he is coming in the village as the representative of the government and is expected to act according to the government, but when he comes and observes the plights of the people and he understands the situation, there is a change of his mind because he is also connected with the village life, and he works in favor of the people who have got affected by that dam, and he is even ready to give up the job for the same after certain period of time because he is involved in protest and he was not supposed to. So this acquisition and protest, all these things are there. What I wanted to say are there in the text, and they have been quoted and analyzed in the paper. In order to avoid the monotony, I have avoided reading the actual textual references. Now, with this argument, I just would like to come to the conclusion and say that, conclusion in the sense, what are the points I have argued in this? I just want to sum up, because even though this is the in the keynote address also it was reiterated that our NEP document is a transformative one and a very important document as far as the contemporary society and the knowledge system and all these things are concerned. So I know little more about it because I am working on the behalf of our college as nodal officer for this NEP also. So I'm into that as well, but I'm not going in that. But when I have gone through the English syllabus of our Pondicherry University affiliated colleges, at least there is not a single text which represents this dam affected literature, or it doesn't talk about this development induced phenomena. So it is better to add some of the texts related to this development induced literature so that we can develop, we can sensitize the young minds and develop the positive attitude towards the real sacrifices made by the people. So my concluding words are: incorporating development induced literature into the Indian English Studies curriculum can be transformative, offering students a comprehensive understanding of the complexities of modern development and its impact on marginalized communities. This body of work not only enriches the literary landscape but also serves as a vital tool for fostering critical thinking, social responsibility, and an awareness of India's diverse, often conflicting social reality. So in this context, there are so many other texts also. Along with this novel, there are so many Indian texts. Instead of giving much importance to the foreign context. We need to Indianize our English studies. That is what is the core of this seminar. So I just would like to add my points that there are many number of texts which are available in the regional languages, and those novels or any other forms of literature have been translated into English also. And one of the highly potential novels in this context is Vishwas Patil, who is from Maharashtra, and he has written a novel in Marathi, his native language, mother tongue. Zhada Zadti is the title of the novel, and the same is translated into English. A Dirge for the Damned is the title. This novel critiques the building of the dam from various dimensions. It shall undoubtedly sensitize the young minds studying in the higher educational institutes as far as the victims of the dam projects in India. There is another novelist who is from Karnataka, and he has come up with the trilogy of novels. They are about barricade, submersion, and Dvipa. Vaddu, Murugade, Dvipa. These are the titles of the novels. So such novels, when we bring in the context, that is the curriculum of higher education in India, we can just expose our students to our own culture, our own traditions, our own society, so that they will feel that they belong to, they are not alienated when they are pursuing their studies in English. So they will feel English as home. Then only I can say that when the learners feel at home when they study English, then it is realized, the value or the main aim of the seminar is realized that we could successfully Indianized English studies. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
I wish to congratulate the four paper presenters for giving us a very detailed presentation of their ideas and thoughts regarding the text that they have chosen to analyze. And the topic of this first session is culture, mythology and spirituality in literature. It's an apt topic, and I find that all the four paper presenters have either dealt with mythology, as in the first paper by Ms. Avantika, and then she compared the myths of Krishna and what's Horus, the Egyptian mythology. Yes, and then we have Dr. Krishna Kumar's paper that again spoke about philosophy, and he dealt with this ancient text which speaks about human life and environment and the attainment of the Almighty, okay, the union of the soul, the human soul with that of God. And the next one was on marriage by Ms. Nancy. And then we also had this paper on development. So for these four aspects, mythology, philosophy, marriage and development, these were the four topics on which the papers were presented. And I now leave it for open discussion. If you have any questions regarding the papers, you may ask.
Not a question, but a clarification with Dr. Krishna Kumar's paper. You made a comparison, a woman carrying a pot. What does that ask? Could you explain that? What?
madam, when she carries to the for selling, she will come with all people who are
Balancing it very well.
There around she will talk some stories to many people, but the concentration is on the court only. Like that, we always we do any work. We may be the professor or mother role, ancestor role, anything it may be. But the thought is with the God. It's mingled with the God.
So Maikanda recognizes the potential of a woman. He didn't bring a man into this or any kind of comparison. So potentials of women are great. Maikanda acknowledges that.
Yes, sure. But here there is no man and woman difference. Only life. Everything is equal to.
So regarding your paper, Integrating Development Induced Displacement Literature, I remember having read Mahashweta Devi's Old Women, a short story, wherein she talks about how development comes to a particular village and where there is abject poverty. There is only poverty, these two old women are dying without any food. But then just because a statue is being installed in that village and a politician is going to visit the village to garland the statue, roads are being laid, then no basic amenities are provided. But just to put a garland, to garland that statue and to pave the way for the politician to the village, they just lay roads. They have water connections coming up. So all these things, it's all in the game. And I think governments certainly have committees, and whenever there is a displacement happening, to some extent they go into the details of the displaced, they do give compensation. Yes.
That it's true that there are committees and the government officials approach the people and they take care of the things. The novel which I mentioned, The Lurch for the Damned, he himself worked as a rehabilitation officer, IAS officer, and whatever ground realities he could find out, so he has expressed in his novel. So most of the time, this novel is considered as the guide for the forthcoming, what you can say, projects, and most of the time he is cursed also by the government officers that you have given voice to the marginalized community, you would have not done this like that. Actually, also they criticize him. But even though there are schemes, the government is doing it. Somehow the real affected people, I'm not saying that 100% people are not getting benefited from rehabilitation plans, but large amount of people who are needy people, they are kept away from the benefits of resettlement. So there is another writer I mentioned, Nat D'Souza. He also talks about the positive aspect of this, where he says that people were fed up with their atmosphere and they wanted to explore new places. So for such people, that becomes a starting point of metamorphosis or that kind of thing. So some of the positive things also have happened. It is not that this resettlement or development has ruined the life of the people. But my focus is on that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Reach out of that.
The marriage is madam told it is not correct. Because 5,000 years ago, Tolkien rightly told Kalpana Karanam Mudukunaru. It is a great step of Indian custom. But that it was written in the book. He spoiled the whole Indian customs.
No, sir.
One minute. I will finish it. This is written by somebody made as a matter. Okay, that's the thing is in marriage, ஆயிரம் பொய் சொல்லி ஒரு கல்யாணத்தை நடத்தலாம். It is not like that. ஆயிரம் முறை பொய் சொல்லி, it's பொய் சொல்லி, it's not பொய், it's not a lie.
But we are
Anyway, it's kind of deconstruction of marriage as an institution. Right, okay. So I think we can wind up this session. Thank you all the paper presenters and the audience for lending patient hearing. Thank you very much. And I wholeheartedly express my gratitude to Dr. Shashikanta Das, Principal of TAGORE College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here and to chair the session. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. And on behalf of the organizing committee of TAGORE Government Arts and Science College, we would like to honor Dr. Mani Josephine Aruna, ma'am. Thank you all. We now break for lunch, and as soon as possible, we will, the next technical session is about to commence at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Have a happy lunch. post-lunch sessions are always difficult to handle, even by the teachers. So now I think we are going to share the difficulty. And so let's commence technical session 2, pedagogical issues in English studies. And it's chaired by Dr. Lulu Burgoyne, Department of English, TGASC College, Dibrugarh, Assam. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce to the audience of the seminar the chairperson of technical session 2, Dr. Lulu Burgoyne, Faculty of English. And her specialization area is American Studies, both her post-graduation and her doctoral thesis. She has taken in American Studies. But she also doesn't restrict herself to it because literary theory and post-colonial studies also seem to be her forte. Dr. Lulu Burgoyne has presented papers in many national as well as international seminars and conferences. Say about 6 presentations at the national level and 4 at the international seminars. And she also has to her credit 3 publications in reputed journals. Also member of Forum on Contemporary Theory, CHCI. And extremely happy to have you here, ma'am. And as a token of our love, on behalf of the organizing committee of this seminar, today's seminar, we would like to honor Dr. Lulu Burgoyne. I request the convener. To technical session 2, the chair on the dais. I request the paper presenters to follow the order.
Beautiful Puducherry. May I please invite Dr. Anantha Lakshmi Henglatha as your co-chairing? I think maybe a chair should be added for the co-chair in the dais. Okay. Thank you so much. We had a very hearty keynote address early today, and
post-lunch sessions are extremely challenging, especially for us, especially for me. I had a sumptuous meal, tasting all the fineries of this place, especially the payasam mung and gajar ki halwa, I suppose prepared by one of the students. Fabulous, I must say, but I really need a good sleep now, maybe. But of course, I'm glad I'm here. A long circuitous journey from Upper Assam to Kolkata to Chennai and finally to Puducherry. Till late night yesterday we were traveling to see your happy faces. So glad all of you are here. Thank you. I see many senior members. Thank you, teachers. Glad to see all of you. Thank you, participants. Just a few comments after Dr. Tripathi's speech. What we need to be really careful is the limitedness of our vocabulary. Like we say, we are not actually, and I don't know what is the alternative. Over lunch, I was having a conversation with Dr. Datte, the convener of this particular seminar. Can we actually decolonize ourselves? In what way? In what, we are all Indians here. We are all, everybody is an Indian here, and yet we are conversing in the lingua franca. Always, we are conversing with each other. If you speak to me in Tamil, I cannot understand you. If I speak to you in Assamia, you cannot understand me. So this is, I don't know whether we call it as a pejorative, whether we call it as a privilege, or whether we call it as a penalty. So, however we see it, can we actually decolonize? Because, and yet, again, I would re-quote Professor Tripathi, the Indian knowledge system. Let this not be a disciplinary act. Let this not be a discipline again. Let this be an attitude. Because, this is a country where Niti Shastra, the balance of dharma and karma, was always glorified. But do we actually go parallelly? I would be glad to thank the principal of this college, Dr. Sashikanand Das. When we teach eco-critical thinking, eco-criticism within our classrooms, he's actually practicing it in praxis. So this is maybe one example of dharma and karma. But the challenge really is whatever this is a session on pedagogy. I was just going through it. We understand as English teachers the kinds of challenges we have faced, but then we also way beyond that challenges. And now another challenge, apart from the linguistic barrier, I don't think linguistic barrier at this date 2024 is a challenge at all. I think the greatest challenge for any English teacher is AI. How do you see it? AI, all the projects reports that come to us, you just check GPT it and then it's there, right in front of us. So what do we do about this world, this generation, so obsessed with the copy-paste system? So these are challenges, again, given from the colonizer's side, something we have to really think about. And I, as I represent Northeast India, when you go and check Wikipedia, it is slightly discouraging to understand that Northeast has gained some kind of momentum only after the coming of the British. They would always like to say that they were the one who united us. The whole fact of India, I'm sure all the intellectuals to my right, we are aware. I hope you all are students and participants. So I do not find myself, you all know everything. So I'm actually addressing also to the people on my left. The fact of India, the idea of India was actually a very British idea. So many cultures, so many people, so many languages, so many, philosophical differences, religious differences, all of us put together, clubbed together. Now what happens in Europe? The same thing happens in Europe. But a Frenchman is only a Frenchman. He doesn't have have to learn so many languages like the way we do. They maintain their boundaries, French or German or American, English, whatever. But then here we are forced into a kind of homogeneity. We were forced into a kind of homogeneity by the British, by the outsiders, and we are always struggling with it and against it. Not really understanding how to address this forced kind of unity. Okay. English teachers will understand, history professors, philosophy professors. Sir, I heard your talk, it was very interesting. We will understand, and we as academicians, we have to cater to so many varied things. Anyway, thank you so much. Being a teacher, we just can't stop talking. Alright. I would like to invite the very special people around me. This is the first paper, Feminism and Illness Discourse. No, this is not it. Yeah, NEP 2020 and Decolonization of English Curriculum. We have Dr. S. Savitri from the Department of English, Guru Nanak College, Velachery, Chennai.
Thank you. A very pleasant and sleepy afternoon, but I hope not. I hope it's an afternoon when all of us are trying to stay awake. Yes, my colleague and I from Guru Nanak College got a little delay today, but it's such a pleasure. And I have to admit, Pondicherry is one of my favorite places close to my heart. I spent a whole year here doing my MPhil, and my good friend Anjuna is here, and she has been instrumental in, motivating me and saying, hey, come, let's take it. So I should say big thanks to her. And it's always been my dream to maybe settle down here. I don't know. Post-retirement, I will do it, but I still don't know. But it's always like you're coming home. That's the feeling I get whenever I come to Pondicherry. But this particular campus, it's so beautiful. And Tagore brings to us beautiful songs which we keep listening, like Ma'am said, about ecology and what you see. And I don't know, I'll go on. No, let me come to the paper. So Ma'am was talking about, a couple of things. She said, can we get over this, and it's a British legacy and things like that. Now, British might have given us a legacy, but it's not strictly true. In the sense, yes, they gave a broad framework, but what did they do? It was done for their own purposes, right? So if you think in terms of they left us something behind, yes, there are people we hear to this day who say we would have been better off if the British still continued to rule us. So people have different notions about why English is there. English is there not to unify us, it is there to divide us. Whether you are in India, whether you are in the West Indies, whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are in the US, Australia, you have so many Britishes. If that can be, here, why can't we have an Indian English? Not in terms of R.K. Narayan or people like that. I'm talking in terms of why don't we want to accept what student tells us? Why are we trying to say, no, your pronunciation is wrong? Why do we want to tell them you're not talking the RP, not the received pronunciation? Why do we insist don't write in Tamil, that is the Tamil words in English? The student says, yes uncle, where he means amanga when he goes to a shop. Why are we insisting that he speaks the correct thing? You think if he goes and says, sir, can you please give me half a kilo of cabbage, that the vegetable seller is going to feel good? He's going to say, Tamil, and time waste another. Please move on. That is the attitude people have. Now, we have to make sure our students are intelligible. Our students have to be fluent. Accuracy comes later. Do you accept somebody who is like technically correct, perfect, who gives you the proper nuances and says, within quotes, this is what I say? No, we want somebody who speaks sense to us, gets directly to us. That is the kind of person we are looking at. That is the kind of professor we'd appreciate. Would we appreciate another colleague of us who must have said, I've been to the British Council and I've attended a couple of seminars and you know what it's like. These Indians, the person is an Indian, for heaven's sake. But then the moment they've been abroad for maybe, sorry, no offense, they've been abroad for maybe a couple of months, they come back and act as if, they're British by nature, British by blood. No, we are Indians, we stay Indians. That is what makes us so special. The British took things like chicken curry and things like that from us, okay? You have words like samosa, which is not in the Oxford English Dictionary. But why are we saying only a few words? Look at English grammar. Is it one grammar? No. It's been taken from Latin, it's been taken from French, it's been taken from Spanish, God knows how many more languages. And from Latin of all things. So if it is, you look at like, he loves, she loves, they love. Why? Because in Latin it says te amo. Then it goes on like that. So we are trying to look for the moon. We are trying to look for something which does not exist. Why do we need such a thing? Why can't we very simply take what is there in English, whatever is given, and say, yes, this is acceptable. When a student writes and makes a mistake, maybe in grammar, we accept it. That's the meaning comes to. You don't want a student who is brighter than you. Let me tell you, we have seen, most of us teachers have seen, that if a student happens to be bright and answers all your questions, you're happy. If the student gives you an answer when you are asking a question, you're not very pleased. Because he's already taken away half your time. The student is so brilliant, has Googled, or maybe gone to ChatGPT, or the latest is Deep AI, and to Google so many things, Gemini. The person comes with something which you hadn't even thought of in your wildest dreams. Now you're not very happy. It's like, go an English physician. You don't want that. We are all Indians, and Indians feel, yes, you go through the Guru system. It's in a different matter. It's in a different manner that we are looking at. So that's a kind of introduction. I'll just read through my paper, and any questions, please hold it till the end. Note it, and then you can ask me, you can fire away. Okay, prior to the Charter, 1813, there was no trace of Western education of any prominence in India. By putting an end to the trade monopoly of the East India Company, the Act provided for the allocation of education funds and allowed missionary activities. That was the main reason. The subsequent introduction of the Minute on Education in 1835 by Thomas Babington Macaulay changed forever the educational landscape of India. It facilitated the spread of what was flaunted as modern education, that thereby significantly changing the socio-economic and cultural dynamics of the Indian society in diverse, complex ways. An attempt to reverse, mind you, reverse this vice-like grip on the Indian system, education system, is what the NEP, or National Education Policy of 2020, seeks to do. That's what it's anchored on. This transformative intent, the policy seeks to foster and Indianize education that is firmly rooted in its cultural ethos and identities by reasserting the significance of Indian languages and knowledge systems, and in the process, eliminating Western hegemony. Indianizing the English curriculum is one of several ways of achieving this goal. Given the dominant role English enjoys in India and the impact of prevailing education system, implementing NEP 2020 would have a lot of difficulties. Keeping this in view, an attempt at charting a robust academic framework that facilitates the decolonization of English curriculum is made here. It may be noted that decolonization and Indianization are interchangeably used in the paper. Anyway, we come to the status of the English language. As of 2024, approximately 1.35 billion in use English as the first, second, or foreign language across 100 countries all over the world. About 360 million speak it as their first language. 1.2 billion speak it as a second or foreign language. About 12% of the Indian population, that is 1.4 billion or 168 million, speak the language. I quote, Clark, 2024. Several factors such as the following have contributed to the international dominance of the English language. This is Crystal's view, 2007. 1. Colonial past. Due to British colonialism, the language spread across Asia, Africa, Americas, and many former colonies, including India, retained English as their first official or second language after independence. Economic dominance of the United States and globalization. With the US emerging as a global economic superpower in the 20th century, the language gained more currency. As far as knowledge generation goes, English is often the primary language for education and academic research, and therefore it's a dominant language in technology, entertainment, media industries, everything. Digital communication, if we take the AI, we take the Internet of Things, we take large language models, all these things, English dominates the Internet, social media, Instagram, etc. Diplomacy and geopolitics, this is the most important thing. English is one of the official languages of the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, and a whole lot of international organizations. Therefore, it is essential for us to have one of the common languages, the lingua franca for most of us, for international cooperation, cross-border policy discussions, etc. In the 1835 minutes by Macaulay, it laid the foundation for the growth of English language in Western curricula. Grossly undermining Indian languages and knowledge systems, this left an everlasting impact on the Indian education system and, by extension, on the social structure and cultural movements. Though Macaulay had intended to create a new class of elite that is Indian in appearance and thinking as British, English has transformed into a model symbol of opportunity, upward mobility, and international connectivity from its colonial past, where English was simply associated with power and administration. The historical and practical importance has positioned English as a language of prestige, opportunity, a pathway to economic and social mobility. But English also occupies a complex and multifaceted role in India, both as a language of opportunity and a source of debate. Now we come to a brief note about the national education policy. It sets a visionary framework for transforming the country's educational landscape by prioritizing critical thinking, inclusivity, flexibility, and global standards. NEP 2020 aims to make Indian students globally competitive and culturally grounded. This comprehensive policy envisions a future where every child has access to quality education and every learner can pursue a tailored education to their strengths and aspirations. Now the NEP envisions an education system that builds critical thinking, creativity, communication and collaborative skills. It focuses on early childhood care and education. It emphasizes inclusive and equitable education, aiming to achieve a gross enrollment ratio of 100% in school education and 50% in higher education by respectively 2030 and 2035. It also integrates technology, vocational education and digital literacy into the curriculum. While proposing a new 5+3+3+4 structure and replacing the current 10+2 model in school education, NEP significantly emphasizes the foundational skills for lifelong learning, multilingualism, and competency-based assessments as well as digital skills. To facilitate credit transfer and learner movement across higher education institutions, the policy advocates for multiple entry, exit options for learners at various stages of their study and establishment of an academic bank of credits. It also proposes flexibility in subject combination and an introduction of a 4-year undergraduate and 1-year postgraduate programs. So, a complete overhauling of the entire gamut of the higher education structure is part of the reformative process outlined in NEP 2020. Key policies that are related to the language. The policy places a significant emphasis on language and Indianization of education to make learning more rooted in Indian culture, heritage and values. NEP strongly advocates for using students' mother tongue or local language as medium of instruction, ideally up to grade 5 and possibly until grade 8. It encouraged a multilingual approach with students likely to learn 3 languages, at least 2 of which should be native to India, for what ma'am suggested. This three-language formula aims to cultivate respect for Indian languages and encourage a broad appreciation of India's linguistic heritage. It encourages states to support schools and programs that teach classical languages like Tamil, Sanskrit, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Odia, Marathi, Pali, Prakrit, Assamese and Bengali, as well as endangered tribal languages. By grounding education in local languages and Indian traditions, NEP 2020 seeks to make learning both inclusive and culturally resilient, thereby allowing the students to gain a global perspective while staying connected to their roots. However, NEP 2020 also recognizes English as an important language for global communication and provides flexibility in language learning. In the main, NEP 2020 advocates multilingual education, that is, use of mother tongue or local language, particularly at the foundation level for strengthening conceptual understanding, fostering cultural identity, and creating a more inclusive learning environment. It also talks of the reduced dependency on English, that is, the incorporation of Indian languages into curricula, and a gradual reduction of English as a primary medium of instruction. This is meant to challenge the existing English-centric models that often excludes students from non-English backgrounds. Indianization of curricula has to reflect Indian values, knowledge systems and traditions to foster a learning environment that resonates more deeply with students' lived expectations. Through these changes, NEP 2020 seeks to promote linguistic diversity and create an educational landscape that values and integrates India's cultural and linguistic richness. This aligns closely with the goal of decolonizing English, as it challenges the perception of English as a superior medium for quality education. In short, NEP 2020 addresses this concern by promoting multilingual education and emphasizing the importance of regional languages in foundational years. While the policy lays down groundwork for decolonizing English, the task is more complex because it faces significant challenges in existing language hierarchies and related social biases. I have suggested a framework. I just touched upon it briefly. So, to effectively navigate the challenges of decolonization English within the framework of NEP 2020, India requires a comprehensive, multifaceted approach. Key factors for this would be, if the factor is curriculum and learning resource, the elements would be incorporating Indian knowledge systems, prioritize English stories by Indian writers and English literature, use example sceneries and stories that reflect Indian culture, incorporate Indian idioms, proverbs, etc., focus on language use in Indian context, and show how it differs from Indian English, how it differs from British English, Caribbean English, etc. Make it more relevant and relatable to Indian students. Translate Indian idioms and phrases. Use Indian concepts such as karma, dharma, yoga, etc. Now, if it's a question of the factors that are mentioned as subject matter experts, what we should do is rope in people from across disciplines, medicine, journalism, engineering, and so many other things, and ask them to help us in contributing a curriculum. And when you have the confidence of subject matter experts in English, to find replacements for English authors, like we could use things like marigolds or chrysanthemums in place of daffodil, Ravana in place of Macbeth. Okay, Shakespeare lovers will fight with me. To represent ambition, moral turmoil leading to his downfall. Laila Majnu for Romeo Juliet depicting themes of love. Thiruvalluvar in place of Francis Bacon. Bharathiyar Tagore in place of Maya Angelou, and so on. Okay. Alright. Now, when we're thinking in terms of capacity building, we have to say we can develop a well-trained multilingual teaching force. We can collaborate with linguistic experts and educational institutions to develop high-quality resources and curricula. We could create content along with subject matter experts over there, whether it is essays, speeches, whatever. Adopt a multilingual, bilingual approach. Embrace technology. Use AI, ChatGPT, whatever, as a substitute to help us, not as the main thing. Flipped classroom, which quite a few of us will be using, where you provide the learners with the resources, ask them to contemplate on it and come back to us. So it's more of a discussion rather than you get the picture of you open the student's head, pour things in and they absorb something. Instead of that, you give them what has to be there. More than that, when they come to class, see to it that you are able to engage them, encourage them to participate. Okay. Then when you talk about social media and disruptive technology, make use of what is there in Indian languages, subtitled in maybe Tamil, Hindi, whatever. Now that OTT has come, you can see any language, movies, shorts, films, documentaries, anything. So you don't have to know the language to understand. So when that is gaining popularity, why can't we make use of so many other things? Okay, we could ask for diasporic contributions. We have Indian diaspora all over the world. Make use of their experiences, make use of their influences, their inputs, create something like that. Then collaboration across disciplines and acceptance of code switching. This is very, very important. So if people are switching between their language, maybe it's mother tongue, Tamil, Hindi, Telugu, whatever, and English, we tell them to accept it. We tell the teachers it's okay, let them say something. Okay, the moment somebody sees, again no offense meant, when two Malayalis meet, you don't see them speaking in English. They will say, oh, evada, ur, evada, or naatla, evada. That's the first thing that they ask. Okay? And the moment you see two Telugu people, they say, Manavada. That's just the kind of feel. But you see two Tamil people, even in an airport, they'll say, hi dude, how are you? This is so true that we see, I don't know for whatever reasons. I make it a point if I see somebody from Tamil Nadu or whatever, I would speak to them. Okay, so fluency or accuracy in conversational pronunciation, I did give examples for all those things. Okay, now more important than all these things is standardization of Indian English and Indian academic research. If we could think of bringing in Indian English under linguistic and literary research as extensively as possible, okay, even though people are accepting Indian English as a variety, people are not interested in going into it in depth. So let us make it academic, okay, and try to rise it and bring it to a standard. So if we could expose students from a young age into so many other things, so many other languages. Okay, in Tamil Nadu we have a typical anti-Hindi feeling. But you find a lot of politicians get their children to speak Hindi, to learn Hindi. They send them to schools like that. But they will, on purpose or whatever, say that no, we oppose Hindi. But in Karnataka, in Gujarat, and a few other places, the three-language formula actually works very well. One compulsory language of that place has to be learned by the child in school, which is actually good because the child is exposed to those languages. And children up to the age of, let's say, 6 or 7, are able to imbibe these languages so much as if, it's something very natural to them. So natural language learning is there. So in spite of all these things, if we do think in terms of bringing Indian English as a standardized thing, it will be good. Okay. We have been repeatedly told in the past, what we're saying now to our learners, that mother tongue influence has been and is playing a negative role in our learning of the language. How we speak and write English must consciously be avoided. Ironically, the NEP framework sounds a complete reversal of whatever we have been told not to do as students and what we are telling our students to avoid when using English. As academics, given our collective exposure to the language, this is simply beyond comprehension. To say the least, nothing short of disastrous. But is it really disastrous? This is a question which is heavily loaded that all of us as stakeholders must take quite seriously and work on. In other words, by dismissing the framework or accepting it at the face value, we will do more harm than good. And in fact, do a disservice to both English and Indian English. As the time for the idea of world Englishes has come, according to Cultural. I conclude. Language and culture are deeply intertwined, and therefore the idea of decolonizing English can sound paradoxical, given that English is rooted in the Western, largely colonial context. However, it is essential to recognize that languages evolve and adapt according to the cultural and societal context in which they are used. In India, English has long been localized informally in many ways, and NEP 2020 proposes to make it common by institutionalizing it for wider acceptance in education. The decolonization of English or the English curriculum should not be construed as changing the language structure or inherent nature. On the contrary, it is a genuine attempt at adapting its teaching content to reflect Indian cultural context, history, and voices. Contextualizing the language rather than altering its essence is what is impressed upon. Thank you for your patience.
Sleep. Post-lunch nap. I will have questions for you, and I'm sure you'll have many questions for this wonderful presentation, but I would like to go on to the next presenter, Mr. Govind Khandu Russell, will speak on nativism and Eurocentrism, pedagogical and ideological considerations. Mr. Russell is from Iowa Government College for Women, Karaikal, Puducherry.
Good afternoon. The chairman of this session and co-chairman of this session. I will sure that I will not take too much time so that the chief will not come to me. Because it is a post-lunch session and it is a challenge to the audience and not to the speaker to tolerate the people who are talking over here. Anyway, so the topic of my presentation is nativism and Eurocentrism, pedagogical and ideological consideration. Actually, when I was listening to the speaker, the speaker in the morning, and he suggested the brilliant idea which struck to me when I was working my PhD thesis 2 years back, and I was working in post-colonial studies in higher in academia. And nowadays, this post-colonial studies and literary theory and critical theory, it has, I feel it has almost become a fashion, right? To bring some to import some European theorists and to apply to Indian text blindly without going into the nuanced reading of the original text. So I have some severe objections on this kind of information to our Indian academia. So that is why when he raised the question in the morning, do we have alternative to post-colonialism? And I think from my side I would say, I'm not sure whether it is true or false, but from my side I would say, yes, we have an alternative, that is nativism. Actually, this concept of nativism has started in Latin America, and in the middle of, around 1980, I signed from Maharashtra, so I know some people who are thoroughly reading and writing on the concept of nativism. You might have heard about the author Bharathiyar, a Jnanpith Award winner writer. He is continuously talking on nativism around 1980, he has started talking on nativism. Initially, he was, criticized by many people, those who were very fond of bringing some Eurocentric idea into academia. But this, he has started continuously. He has published many papers and books on it. So on this line, I want to say something about this concept of nativism, whether we can bring that idea into our academics, and let's have some kind of alternative to post-colonial and critical theories and all those things which we blindly follow. So I will compartmentalize my presentation into 3 sections, in which first section I will put some light on the basic concepts of nativism and Eurocentrism. Then I will refer some critics and scholars from India and from some African continents like Nagogi or Thion, on which I have done my doctoral thesis. And at the last, I will try to project some ideas. How can we bring nativism, nativistic idea into our academia or curriculum? So this is how I am going to present my very short presentation. This paper takes an overview of the notions of nativism and Eurocentrism, focusing on their implications for education in India and Afro-Asians in general. Deliberately, I have limited the word post-colonial. Instead of that, I am using the word Afro-Asians. Nativism characterized by preference to local culture, especially language, norms, and resistance to unnecessary intersects with Eurocentrism, which give preference to European cultural, especially language perspective. I mean, of course, it is English. So the present attempt is to examine the tussle between these two ideologies together and how these ideologies shape educational policies, curricula, and classroom dynamics, often marginalizing non-Western narratives and diverse students' experiences, like in India. This paper argues for a critical pedagogical approach that addresses these biases, promoting inclusivity and equity in educational context. Then I will talk on the concept of pedagogy. From the late 19th century onward, crossed the boundaries of the teacher-student dichotomy in terms of teaching learning activities because of colonial expansion of European power. Education became the medium of imparting a certain ideologies. I was reading a couple of days back about Reaccredited. He says the very concept of literature is also a kind of European origin. When this concept of literature came in at the turn of 18th century, it is strategically and systematically imported in our academia. In all colonized countries. So this concept itself is very, very, I would say very confusing. So people like Eagleton, they are not agree with the concept of literature. So the spreading of European colonialism forced an American neo-colonization, which we now call it as so-called globalization, that across the world interfered the setup of teaching and learning not only in colonial but also in colonized countries. English language became the only medium of learning and teaching. It is like Meenakshi Mukherjee, Bharathiyar Nemade, in India and Nakukiwa Thiongo in African continent. These are just representative names. Rigorously objected an unnecessary cultural force of English as a language of knowledge circulation. Hence, the response to this unnecessary white man's burden, there are many scholars from the colonized nations appeal to prefer the native language and literature teaching in classroom or educational system in general. For instance, author and critic like Bharathiyar Nemade from my language and from Maharashtra, in Marathi literature strongly upheld the notion called nativism to establish a theoretical defense to Eurocentrism, or I would say post-colonialism. So I will refer some critics like Nemade and Nagugi. First of all, I would like to put some very big light on ideology. What is mean by ideology? Because this nativism, post-colonialism, literature, all these are nothing but fully loaded with ideological concept. This is nothing but an ideology. So what is mean by ideology? By ideology, Eagleton says, and I quote, by ideology I mean roughly the way in which what we say and believe connects with the power structure and power relations of the society we live in. So what we have today is nothing but fully loaded with power dynamics. Another way, different kinds of critical theories. It is not as simple as that. The same point the keynote person was addressing in the morning. So nativism and Eurocentrism are ideologies that significantly influence contemporary educational practices. Nativism fosters an environment that often excludes or undermines multicultural perspectives, while Eurocentrism perpetuates the narrative that elevates European history and culture above others. Understanding this framework is crucial for educators who seek to create equitable learning environments. This paper aims to explore the pedagogical implications of these ideologies. I take these two concepts as ideologies and propose strategies for promoting a more inclusive educational landscape. The historical context of nativism and Eurocentrism is crucial for understanding their impact on education and society, particularly in regions like India. Here is a cohesive overview. Eurocentrism emerged during the Age of Enlightenment in the 17th and 18th century, when European thinkers emphasized rationally science and the belief in progress. This led to the view that European culture and civilization were superior to others. The expansion of European empires in the 19th and the 20th centuries reinforced Eurocentric perspectives. Colonial powers imposed their values, language, and educational system on colonized. The rest of the history, how they came and I don't want to repeat all this point. Nativism is a response to the dominance of external influences, advocating for the revival and promotion of indigenous culture, languages, and traditions. For this purpose, I think, we can refer a scholar like G.N. Devi has done a very substantial work on indigeneity. So G.N. Devi is, I think, a very wonderful critique, and his very famous book which was published in 1990, After Amnesia. It's a path-breaking book. If you are interested, you can again read it. It emphasizes the importance of local identity and heritage. In the 19th and 20th centuries, various movements across the globe, including India, sought to reclaim indigenous culture and challenge colonial narratives. Figures like Tagore, Mahatma Gandhi emphasized, the list is very long. So this is how this movement called started in politics and sociology, and later on it has brought into literary studies and academia. So I'll refer some key theorists of nativism first. Of course, Tagore is one of the grand figures of nativism. We know the history. I mean, we know the writings and philosophy of Tagore, how he has implanted something which is very rooted in our culture. So I will not go into that detail. Nemade, a Marathi author and very aggressive critique for nativism. Rajendra Nemade is a Marathi author and critique. Examines nativism means studying and teaching native literature or knowledge. This is very rough or perhaps incomplete definition of nativism, but the gist of the concept is reference to native to unnecessary Euro-based literature or the sources of knowledge. Nemade rejects the role of the writer as a carrier or the creator of the neglecting his or her own. I mean, he says author should not neglect his cultural or geographical or social or political background. And for him, realism, which is not in European sense of the term, for him realism is nothing but root into nativist ideas. Nemade, while talking about nativism, demands proper understanding of native literature as he thinks that it is a litmus test for becoming a good writer. If you want to be a good writer, be rooted in nativist ideas. He gives a number of examples of nations where writers preferred their native language and they became renowned writers in the world. For example, all critical theory, Derrida and Foucault, very big names, and they are very fond and love big names and quote them. But these are all writers, they wrote their everything, their theories in their mother tongue. Nemade says, and I quote, in fact, in any creative process, there has to have a good sense of surrounding, history, geography and society in total. But in the course of long-time influence and cultural importing, we have become habitualized to set foreign unnecessary symbols of standards of creation of literature. Nemade argues that the sort of enslavement in literary writing hampered the blossoming of native creativity. People forgot to force, or people forgot or forced to forget their rich tradition in writing in their respective languages. The best writing in the world can be produced only through or by Englishmen is an illusion. He refers many writers from Marathi literature before colonial period who were as great as canonical writer in English. Like, if you go on Megari, you read his books and even his interviews, he refers that actually Marathi language and literature has more than 2000 years history. He refers many novels which were actually written in Prakrit. Prakrit is kind of very old version of Marathi. So it is very illusion that only English or European literature has a long history. Even Marathi, very small region in India, but it has very long history. So he refers and quotes many ancient authors in Prakrit Marathi also. So that's how we have a long history. I think Tamil is the most ancient language, and the same case may be applied to Tamil also. So this is how the criticism of Nemade. I will just break it down. And if you go for non-Indians and African authors, I would only refer only one author, and then I will conclude. That is Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Ngugi wa Thiong'o is very famous for his provocative statement which he made in around 1980. Around 1980 or 70, in his book Reaccredited the Mind, he said openly that we should close all English departments. Just go and shut it up. Right? Because we no longer, we should not go for English because if you want to really express and say something for our people, we should go for our language. We started writing in Gugu. Gugu is mother tongue. So Ngugi has openly challenged dominance of English, and but of course he is writing in English but translating his novels into English. So the very idea of rejection of English is not going away from English, because you know the title Indianising English, this title itself is very paradoxical for me, because how can we Indianize English? Because English itself is non-Indian, but the time has very gone. I mean, time has gone very long. We cannot eradicate English from our consciousness. It is very difficult. So that is why we are trying to find out alternatives like Indianizing English. So how, I don't know, but it's up to you. I mean, how can we Indianize English? We may have Indian English and English or English, but I don't think this is enough. But anyway, Nagugi's works critiques the imposition of European languages and cultures in Africa. His book, Decolonizing the Mind, argues for the importance of using indigenous language in literature and education as a way to reclaim cultural identity. Nagugi emphasizes the significance of indigenous language and cultural expressions in education. I just quote one quote from his book, from Moving the Center. He says, "It was possible all around to graduate with a literature degree in any of the European languages without ever having heard of Achille, Lamin, Tagore, Richard Wright, Amy Cesar, Neruda, writers from that area of the globe that has come to know as the Third World." In short, most universities tended to ignore the vast literatures produced, although in European languages, outside the formal boundaries of Euro and Euro-America. This is how we say we have a long list of non-English writers. So I think this argument is very long, so I don't want to take your time, because the co-chairman of the session is just looking at me. So I just want to find that I can understand her problem. I just say it too, because other participants must register. So how can we bring this idea of nativism into our academy? That is the point I am going to make. I mean, there are certain key aspects of nativism in education in India. I took some points. One is cultural relevance. Why nativism? How nativism? I mean, we can bring into our academia, curricula, teaching and learning practices. One is cultural relevance. Nativist education emphasizes incorporating local histories, traditions, and languages into curriculum, making education more relevant to students' life experience. You know, they will take an example of daffodil. For example, the kid has been learning the word daffodil for many years, but haven't seen the flower daffodil. How the kids? I mean, he's very unaware of this. The flower. Language and preservation. There is a strong focus on promoting regional languages, as Madam was saying, and dialects, helping to preserve linguistic diversity and cultural heritage. This is particularly significant in multicultural country like India. Alternative pedagogies. Nativism often advocates for alternative teaching methods that align with local learning styles, including experiential learning and community-based education. Indigenous knowledge system, which we know already. Social equity. Nativism can also address the issues of social justice by empowering marginalized communities through education that reflects their identities and needs. Then policy and practice. Initiatives like the new national education policy have highlighted the importance of regional languages and cultural education, promoting more inclusive and localized approach to learning. That might be a part of nativistic approach to pedagogy. But there are certain challenges to this nativistic idea. The pedagogy of nativism. Number one, standardization versus localization. Balancing national education standards with local relevance can be challenging. How can we bring the English, the language of knowledge, language of career, and convey? How can we bring it together? That is going to be a very big challenge. Access to equity. Ensuring all communities, especially marginalized ones, have access to native educational resources crucial. It is quite difficult now to bring all marginalized communities into nativistic approach. We have to work it a lot. Resistance to change, and there are certain mindsets which those who are not ready to accept those changes. So we have to change their minds and everything. So these are certain challenges, and this is how we can say the nativistic idea. We can bring certain changes, maybe by bringing some some Eurocentric idea. We cannot deny the Eurocentrism and Eurocentric idea. We have to mix it and we have to find nativism or nativistic pedagogical practices with some very, with some different kind of phrase so that we can have an alternative. So I don't think you may be agree with me, but there is certain, there are certain ideas about nativism can be an alternative. So it's up to you whether you are ready to accept it or are ready to bring certain changes or certain updates or anything like that in nativism so that we can move and we can somehow get rid of this so-called Indianizing history. I don't know how it will work, but it's up to us as a teaching and learning faculty. So we have to work on it, we have to convince our students, and we have to bring something from our side. We have to work a lot on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. It was very meticulous, well researched, and if Dr. Savitri was re-questioning the hegemony of received pronunciation, Dr. Russell is re-questioning the seminar itself, okay, which is fantastic, Indianizing English. Even we were, everybody, in fact, everybody is thinking how do we Indianize English, and I particularly like the idea, and this is new to me. How you brought in, you said that literature itself is a beginning concept. It is a given, and we accepted it unchallengingly. He introduced the idea of nativism as an alternative, but also we cannot, forego its challenges. Thank you so much. May I please move over to Dr. K. Balu Nayak? Okay, and Patnam Shetty Sachan. It's a joint paper? Alright. You will speak on pedagogical challenges and solutions in English language education for tribal communities in Telangana. Mr. Sachan is from Osmania University, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon. I'm Sachan. I'm pursuing PhD from Osmania University. I have two co-authors as well. One is my supervisor, Dr. K. Balu Nayak, and one of my friend, Kushbuzindar from Central Institute of Indian Language, Mysore. So here my topic is on my papers on pedagogical challenges and solutions in English language teaching for tribal communities in Telangana. So just let me begin with a question. As imagine one day you are doing your work as usual, but without using English at all. Is it possible? Is it possible? No, right? So in such a way, English is playing a key role in our life, especially in our mainstream society. So every part of life, from our business, traveling, education, everywhere. So for example, today when I reached Pondicherry, I don't know Tamil. I'm a native speaker of Telugu. So while interacting with the local Adowala, it was very difficult. So they are not able to understand Telugu or English and not able to speak in Tamil. So this is a situation for us. Now just, so we are in a mainstream society, we are exposed to English at any, since our childhood. So whereas people from tribal communities, they are, people from tribal communities, they are not exposed to the English language during their childhood. So they mostly in the childhood they speak their mother tongue. Definitely it will be their their native language. If they are from Banjara, they speak Banjara language. If they are Koya, they speak Koya. If they are Kondareti, they have their own languages. So these people are they never exposed to the English during their childhood. They may expose to the local dominant languages. For example, in Telangana, we have tribes like Banjaras, Gons, and many other Koyas. So they are exposed to Telugu a little because it's a dominant language spoken all over the state. But where they have very less scope to expose to the English language during their childhood. So all of a sudden, they join in the school. Actually, recent NEP 2020, they started making curriculum for the pre-primary schools in their native language. Even they are encouraging to prepare textbooks on the local tribal languages. Even here, Central Institute of Indian Language, Mysore started making books on the local tribes recently in collaboration with NCERT. But when these people, yes, they are learning the local tribe, they start
their native language, fine. When they enter into the secondary schools, what exactly happening? Definitely, like most of the states, most of the remote areas, especially like where the tribals are living, schools are following the state syllabus, state curriculum, not the NCERT one. So the state curriculum obviously will be the teaching will be either in the Telugu, it's in Telangana, it's Telugu or else English medium. So when they join there, everything is strange for them. So English is very strange for them. Telugu at least they have exposed. So this actually creating a language barrier for them. So it takes a long time for them to learn Telugu itself, like the local dominant language. But learning English is becoming a very difficult task, like different challenging for them. Here we can give credits to our education system, so we are fine. So even when they were due to this barrier, there are a lot of school dropouts after secondary education, and many students are not even showing interest to pursue higher education, like about 10th, like plus 12 or even university education. Not only the socio-economical backgrounds, even language is acting as a barrier because of when obviously if they are joining in some university level institutions, English is the way of education. So when they join, they have a challenge, they have inferiority complex with competing in the mainstream society. Like schooling they will be doing in their native areas. So there are many schools, residential schools, and many like those state and central government started a lot of education institutions in their native area, especially only the schooling and junior colleges. Like when they join at the university level, it's completely a new goal for them. So they are really struggling to compete with the mainstream society students because they are exposed to English since their childhood. They have very good academic background as well as communication background. Where for these people, it's a challenge for they have faced a lot of challenges to learn the local dominant language, and English is really it's a matter of a dream for them to have a good communication skills in English. So so in the schooling they started learning this English in their secondary school. So normally the traditional approaches are really not helpful for them to learn the English in a proper way. Like we may use translation method or some other. They fail to attain the goal to reach the goals. We should come up with some new techniques to teach English to them, like structural situational method, like having a communicative method, and normally many researchers after doing a lot of research we come up with new methods, new techniques to teach them. So regular there should be a regular update and training to the teachers to develop this to change this kind of situation in the remote area. And even the major issue is the curriculum as well. Even in the subject text as well. We are following the, just I quote a small example from Telugu. Nedu Bhojanam Adbhutanga Undi. How many people understood this? Okay, other people, okay. So it's all of a sudden, if I am exposing a non-native speaker, like if I am communicating, it's just an example, if I am speaking another language, it's really difficult for us, right? So when these students are exposed to the literature which is done by the foreigners, if I'm getting a Shakespeare's poem and asking them to work on it, it's really difficult for them because it's completely different. So what should actually change is policymakers should encourage should change a little in the text as well. So this should be prepared in such a way it should be it should be able to understand it should be engaged with the culture. For example, in translation we have a concept called localization. So where we when we are translating we try to use the local context in the translation. In a way, we have a lot of professors, eminent scholars from in English in India. So they do write poems, they do work on a lot on literature. So why don't these policymakers use their text, use their work in making textbooks, which is really this text, literature obviously it will be embedded with our culture, our emotions, right? So this text can really benefit them because it will be embedded with our culture, our thoughts, our thought process. Like if there is a difference between the culture to culture thought process, like different from the culture to culture, there will be a different the thought process, right? So this can really helpful for the students because this it will be a little it will be a nature thing, right? So it can be very useful for learning them. Like to go to example, I already told it. NCERT is coming with a new text for the tribal students, which is prepared by with the help of local anthropologists and sociologists, they are knowing their culture, knowing their cultural aspects, and making their textbooks which they can easily understand rather than using the mainstream one. So similar way, we why don't we do this kind of thing? So it can helpful for the students for easily understanding the English and try to compete with the mainstream society when they join the higher education. So this, my paper, it is, if the policy makers are really coming up with these kind of solutions, definitely it can not only help for them for the education, it actually help them for compete with the mainstream society, and it can help them to develop their socio-economical status as well. So normally they are, I told already that they are not able to compete with the mainstream society, not only just because of communication barrier, even they have socio-economical differences. So once they are really good with these communications, they can even compete in the mainstream society, like in various domains, like in the business as well as in the corporate sector. So this can even help them to develop their social economic status. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin. He spoke on the shock and the alienation that people from tribal communities, especially NA, are exposed to English. Is my understanding correct? Okay. English and the institutional curriculum. Thank you very much, Mr. Sachin. Mrs. Neena Radha and Mr. N. Ganesh will be speaking on teaching grammar through literature. Mrs. Neena Radha and Mr. N. Ganesh are from Sharda Gangadhara College, Puducherry, Raja Setupalli Government Autonomous College, Tanjavur, Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon. I'm Nandana from Sharda Gangadhara College. My topic is teaching grammar through literature. So far, you come across so many papers: Indianizing English, alienation, why this English has to be taught in India. So now I have come with an idea to try to teach English, particularly grammar portions, to Indian students. So I took students from my own college as for the study, and I tried to give them a small test regarding some grammar topics, and I tested their comprehension before teaching the grammar topics. Then, after taking that test result from them, I tried to teach certain grammar topics inside the classroom, particularly reported speech and subject-verb agreement, irrespective of not looking on any very particular randomly took some topics from their prescribed textbook. And after teaching the topics inside the classroom for about 2 to 3 weeks, so I conducted another test on the same topic, so I could see a very good improvement in the comprehension of the grammar topics among the students. So that was my research paper that I tried practically with my college students. So I would like to present the paper. Thanks to one and all for being awake till now from the session started after post lunch. So kindly bear with me for 5 more minutes. I will shorten it. Okay. So this research paper focuses on how literary texts can effectively enhance grammatical competence in English. Teaching grammar to literature allows the ESL learners to recognize structures in language context by analyzing grammatical elements within the literary pieces. Students can observe how language functions naturally in different contexts. styles and registers. So I chose 25 students from MBA department because purposely I didn't choose from English department because I want to focus on the students who read English as foundation course, not as a main subject. So I want to check their understanding level before we teach that particular grammatical concept inside the classroom. So when I tested that, the beginning stage, the moment I gave the paper, they have no idea. I would say no idea. To some students, they were much aware of the topic, but not all, to be frank. Okay? So the test was conducted for about 20 marks. I already mentioned the grammar topics, reported speech and subject verb agreement. So before I enter into the results that I got from the test, the experimental research I conducted, so I wanted to say the importance of grammar. So when it comes to the topic of grammar, whatever be the language, we have to have that kind of grammatical knowledge to use the language effectively. Hope you all agree with me, right? So this grammar particularly ensures our understanding. So whatever we speak, whatever we write, it will make our readers, our listeners to understand us correctly. If you use incorrect grammar, it leads to confusions and misunderstanding. So grammar is very crucial in all aspects of life. So either we go for education, or we go for a job, or when you take a job and you go for any interviews or write a report or submit any kind of report, grammar plays a crucial role. So wherever you go, in all phases of your life, grammar is a very crucial part. So to say most importantly, grammar helps bridge the gap between what you mean, how your readers or listeners interpret your message. So whatever you speak or whatever you write, you have to be clear to your listeners. That is the main point, main reason why we learn grammar from any language or any language, right? So here the purpose of teaching grammar through literature. So I just want to tell you why it is important for the study to take literature as a material, as a tool to teach grammar. So when you teach grammar theoretically, so it will be very monotonous. So it is like learning rules, like we learn formulas from maths. So it will be very boring and monotonous for the student to learn. So this is the rule, you have to use this S, you should not supposed to use S here when you have third person singular. So this will be very irritating for the students, to be frank. Okay, so instead of doing that inside the classroom, so what I did, I took some prescribed material for, I took some 2 short stories from their prescribed syllabus, and from that text, I gave them some examples, exercises. So instead of learning or doing any test from some random sentences, some not connected sentences, so it is possible for the students to understand the lesson. So that's why the importance of teaching grammar through literature is, literature will allow the students to think critically about the text. They also know how different writers have tried this grammar, tried this language to convey their complex ideas and feelings. So while learning this literature, students will also be able to understand the text and also how the language has been used as a tool to convey their ideas. So it is I would say, double jackpot. They will also be learning the context, and also they will be also learning the grammar part without being a boring subject or something like that. Okay? So that's what I have mentioned here. By connecting grammar with literature, students not only sharpen their language skills, but also form a stronger bond with language as a way to express themselves and understand the world. So coming back to the methodology that I have chosen, this particular study uses a quasi-experimental design, that is pre-test and post-test method. So first I will give the pre-test, then I will teach, then Then I will do the post test and look after the results. What is the result before the test, and before the teaching and after the teaching. So that was my main idea of this research paper. So like I already told you, I took 25 students from my college. A pre-test work 20 marks is given to all the participants before the classroom lessons begin. This test includes multiple choice questions and sentence correction tasks aimed at checking students' correct understanding of reported speed and subject-verb agreement. The questions are taken from the standard English grammar books and generally accepted grammar books. So upon seeing this kind of results, 10 students have secured below 5 marks, that is pre-teaching. Before I teach, I got the grammar topics inside the classroom. Only 6 students scored 10 marks, 22 students scored 39 and 70. So the overall mean of the first pre-test is 40%. Okay? So after teaching the grammar topics for 3 weeks inside the classroom, when the test was conducted, the test results I got was overwhelming. So the results I got, only one student got 10 marks out of 20. Okay? So 3 students got 15 and 5 students 16 and other 16 students exceptionally have done very well, and I could see the marks ranging from 17 to 20. Many students got 20 out of 20. I was so happy to see that result. So in the post test, the mean is increasing by 45%. That is more than previously it was 40. After the post teaching, it was 85%. So the results I could see, it shows how an instructional program helped the control group, that is the 25 student control group of students, improve their language and use of reported speech and subject-verb agreement. So the control group showed a noticeable improvement in their grammar skills between the 2 tests. Initially the average score was 40 and the post-test score jumped up to 85%. So the 45-point increase highlights the effectiveness of the teaching methods and selected materials in helping the control group understand reported speech and subject-verb agreement more thoroughly. So this improvement, enormous improvement has happened because the teaching materials were designed to access the students' grammar knowledge. The teacher made sure that these materials aligned with the content of the pre-test, which allowed the lessons to focus on the specific areas where students had struggled before. So to conclude, this particular study demonstrates that a well-structured teaching program significantly enhances undergraduate students' grasp of reported speech and subject-verb agreement. The significant improvement in the control group's test scores both before and after the program underscores the advantages of targeted teaching with appropriate materials. So these findings provide valuable insights for teachers aiming to strengthen the students' grammar skills. By implementing a similar teaching method, teachers can effectively aid the students' learning. So from this study, I could conclude that it is really possible for the teachers, for ESL students, to teach grammar not like a separate grammar classes or something. We have to fix that grammar parts into the text, into the literary materials. It is possible for the teachers to improve, to make their grasp more even after we teach the grammar items in the classroom. End of my paper. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. This is Narmada. This is an interesting tool. Actually, I have been thinking about this, and I'm sure when English teachers ponder about this. She talked about teaching grammar through literature, and she had it done with her students, her BBA students. That's fantastic. Experiential reality, a synthesis of context and text. I think something that Dr. Savitri was also proposing. We understand, I think to my understanding, you saw it as a critical understanding of the text and language as agent rather than an imposition or a giving. So pedagogy doing a lot more and still keeping me more awake. May I go over to Dr. Dr. Lily Arul Sharmila. I was looking at you, ma'am. Yeah, sure, please. No, you're not aged. You're very graceful. I was looking at you from morning and I didn't know that you were presenting. It's an honor, presenting in my session. Dr. Lily Arul Sharmila will speak on the significance of English language and pedagogical issues of contemporary educational scenario in India. She is from this esteemed college, TAGORE Government Arts and Science College, Puducherry. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, all of you. How splendid it is to subsist, to educate ourselves, and to educate for our survival. With a knowledge explosion in all fields, we put forth solid efforts, which are incredibly positive traits. At the outset, let me thank the able practitioner of administration and knowledge, our beloved principal, and the organizing committee that has accorded me this wonderful opportunity to share my views on the subject, the area, the realm of research paper titled The Significance of the English Language and the Pedagogical Issues of the Contemporary Scenario of India. It's a very simple paper, very plain and pale, and sharing my experiences of teaching down the ages from 1988 till date. So keeping my simple student community in my mind, I have created this paper. Whether you may find fault, whether it holds relevance to the area of the platform created, but our core proposition is to bring with sharply the goal into the performance arena, to see the green shoots. Education, the vanguard of transformation, finds its arms open in India. The growth of all organizations of education, institutions, is well fortified by the sturdy foundation and accountability of the English teachers at primary, secondary and higher learning in the college. Indianizing English, the primary motto of Indianizing English, is to further the sense of apprehension in the students and the performance of the English teachers in the colleges. And the primary duty of every English teacher is to help the students to swap the high proficiency of knowledge in English through validated exercises. So my paper dwells upon the classroom credentials, the role of the students, the role of the teachers, and the institution of higher learning. There are certain strategies that explains the performance of the teachers and the sense of understanding in the learners as the spectrum, the whole spectrum of Indianizing English as an academic discipline can be defined as a process with the definition and the practices. The best, why is English important first? See, we just can't shun the idea that English rules the world. Indianizing English is good, but decolonization, according to me, is not welcomable because there is a reflection of the prejudice, dissension, inimical feeling, narrow-mindedness. Let us think of globalization, not the decolonization. The concept of globalization embraces the wide spectrum, whereas decolonization, more we bestow our energy, direct our energy towards this concept
decolonized Indian culture, I don't think we will pave way for the furtherance or the developments. So let us concentrate on what is given, what is the present scenario, the existing scenario, taking the holistic view of the existing scenario. What are the roles, the pivotal roles, the English pedagogue teachers and the learners of English. Focus. So let us direct our energy towards a rewarding end. Why is English important? Learning English is very prime in worth. And so I am here. I learned English in the year 81. And so I am here. My salary packet is very thick. Learning English is very prime in worth. It is a dominant business language in the commercial and the business fronts. It is the language of broad communication. 2 billions of more than 2 billions of people use English for the spoken and written communicative purposes. More than 54 nations of the world use English as an official tongue, official language. So it is very essential. English is very essential to enter into a good job market, to be very employable. It is a primary tool to share one's own points of views and to learn from others. And it's a link language for those who go to foreign countries to share their viewpoints with those who do not know our mother tongue. And wide information, the vast range of information is available in internet is in English, and advanced knowledge in science and technology, medicine is available only in English. So for various reasons, English is very indispensable, and so English has been steadily acquiring the worldwide currency as a result of globalization, the free market economy. So it is no longer possible for any government organization or industrial houses to function in isolation without the assistance of English. The priorities accorded to the personnel with high proficiency in English, to interact with others in the business houses. English is very important, and so now Indian universities are awakened to the fact that English is important, and it's initiating the changes in the curriculum, in the teaching approaches, and multi-skills courses are introduced to develop the knowledge in English in the students, and keeping the mixed elitist groups in the mind, and various approaches are channeled into the usage of English to enable the students to encounter different situations. So for these reasons, English is very important. The roles of the learners, the teachers, and the taught. So keeping this present scenario in mind, the teachers must adapt the existing teaching process, and the learners the existing learning processes, involve many rounds of interactions and deliberations, make the support system available to the students, then online communication, then classroom credentials are very important, the instant tests, classroom notes, then all the other factors that prove to be very fruitful and rewarding in the life of the students. So students, the best practices and processes to help picking up English. Very simple. I am now making a clarion call to my students community here. I don't know whether my students are here. So what are the practices, what are the processes that they are going to adapt for picking up English? The fundamental skills. They must thoroughly master the fundamental skills in English to make themselves fit for the job market, to be employable, to spoken English, written, communicative purposes. So, to set the career path, they must instill in them the self-discipline first. Let them speak in English with their kith and kings, friends, family members, read loudly, stand before the mirror, let them take up the piece of writing, the literary pieces, stand before loudly, record their voices, identify the errors, measure the process, and handle the subjects to arouse their curiosity, generate enthusiasm, promote analytical thinking in picking up English, read English magazine, listen to BBC, pause and wind, and create your own style, distinct style, incorporating, offering our own Indian culture and languages. So, there are positive and negative views. The misfit human beings are painful to society because of the wide-ranging influence of the power corporation, commodification of creativity, the rivalry in luxury and money, and the evil attitude of the predators, and the amassing, the huge wealth of knowledge that fails to check the human impulses. These are the facts that diminish the glory of our learning systems. Then the positive things now in the form of NEP, new education policy. Policy is well on. Startup initiatives very much required for this scenario. Self-efficacy, multiple inputs, multiple approaches, dimensions, perspectives, lateral thinking, time-bound competitions, recruitment style, leadership quality. Then demonstrating academic excellences, giving new directions to teaching and learning, improving the horizons of interest in picking up English. Let us abandon the prejudice and the inimical feeling that colonizers introduced this English and let us not improve our English. That is a very bad attitude to scale up great heights, to move forward. English is very important. So keep this in your mind. Okay, we can have our own style of writing, our own methodologies, experiments, intrinsic values. That is good. Our to be sensitized to the spelling, the grammar at the service of things must be taken care of, and the English rhythm, sound, accent, pitches, intonation really cause problems. That should be taken care of. So, in a very nutshell, I have put everything. So, very nice subject chosen by the organizing committee. Very, very practical, very pragmatic for the practical consequences that we face every day as English teachers in the classroom. So, the attitude of the students must change. They must have big goals before them. They come to college and God has given you all the facilities, good teachers, fans, good classroom, under the humanistic culture of our principal, right? And humanized benevolence of our principal, created comforts and a safe learning for the students. So make use of all these things and move towards the upscaling, perpetuating the rational, cultural beings in you. So thank you. I have concluded. It's a multi-pronged agenda to my students. Please follow these admonitions, instructions, information bestowed here in this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharmila. We would have liked to hear a lot more from you. You have given us the reality check actually on the indispensability of the English language. Thank you so much. May I please move over to the next speaker, Dr. M. Das. Dr. M. Das is not here, and R. Priyadarshini, the last presenter, ELT through newspaper articles. She is from Indiana College of Arts and Sciences for Women, Puducherry.
Good morning everyone. I am R. Priyadarshini, a second year MA English student at India College of Arts and Science for Women. It is my privilege to present insights of my research paper titled English Language Teaching Through Newspaper Articles, which explores an innovative approach to addressing the challenges faced by rural undergraduate students in mastering English. This paper is an attempt in witnessing the effectiveness of English language
language teaching in the colleges of undergraduate classes in Puducherry and Tamil Nadu, especially in rural areas. W.S. Tompkinson says, in the teaching of English spelling, English is caught rather than taught. Students in rural areas face a lot of problems in learning English, especially in schools and colleges. The students have a very limited exposure to their daily media and conversation and reading in English. English becomes more like something used to pass the exam rather than for communication purposes. The materials and textbooks given to the students do not reveal any connection with their rural lifestyle, so for them the language is somehow far from their everyday experiences. Properly trained English teachers are deficient in many rural colleges and schools, and the teachers themselves may lack the linguistic proficiency or pedagogic skills needed to teach the language appropriately. Teachers may still develop more of their pedagogy based on grammar rules and textbook lessons rather than onto interactive and communicative method. Maybe it is the threat of failure that scares so many students away from speaking in English. For the students from rural areas, English is often not an enriching skill but rather an added burden. The fact that English was perceived to be only for the urban elites or those who sought to stay abroad might discourage them from going that extra mile to learn the language. Memorizing answers as opposed to the development of ability in thinking and communicating in English has become the emphasis in education. This type of approach to education shall be seen to merely learn through exam purposes as students become prone to passing exams but fail in communicating properly in real life. In rural Tamil Nadu, the teaching of English has more concentration on grammar rather than building up listening, reading, speaking skills. Grammar is essential, but their practice overplays it, with students memorizing the rules and speaking them parrot fashion, but unable to apply those rules when speaking or writing. This present study has been carried out based on secondary sources like books, journals, articles, experts' opinions and websites, addresses, etc. Therefore, the method used for the study is a descriptive analytical method. Using local English newspapers, English language is taught through newspaper articles, which is considered as the innovative study in the researcher point of view. All the students are engaged in filing and making them as an album for improving their language skills. This process exposes students to real English in addition to all other skillful competencies such as reading comprehension, vocabulary building, grammar, critical thinking and contextual understanding. According to traditional approach, language learners are expected to focus on memorizing the spelling of words of different kind. Learners are given a number of words every week and they have to practice and spell them correctly. The teacher's role is to correct their spellings. Learners are asked to write the correct spelling of the misspelled word more than once. Newspaper articles are timely topics of real-world issues that might inspire a reader to read more carefully. Through reading, teachers can focus more complex areas for reading in depth, including structure, argument development, and key points. Teachers will be able to give assignments to students in summarizing articles, focusing their attention on the who, what, where, when, and why of the news reports. Newspaper articles are great sources for practicing grammar, punctuation, and sentence syntax. A teacher can provide a newspaper article with words or phrases omitted and instruct the students to fill in the blanks using correct grammar and vocabulary. Articles on newspaper writings may be helpful in developing students' writing skills. Students should be encouraged to write their own news reports, editorials, and feature articles in a structure and tone similar to what they have read already. Students can also write a follow-up article predicting the next development in the story after reading a local news story. The study identifies several effective strategies for enhancing English language learning, particularly in rural areas of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, and offers solutions that leverage both traditional and modern methods. Bridging the gap between the students' native language and English by teaching concepts in both languages helps reduce the burden of new vocabulary on students. Textbooks and teaching materials that reflect the students' cultural backgrounds may
learning more relevant, interesting, and motivating. Informal mediums like debates, dramas, and spoken English clubs allow students to practice English without fear of mistakes, improving their writing and speaking skills. The teachers further need to continue to bridge the digital divide by ensuring that rural students have access to internet resources, global educational networks, and affordable digital tools to enhance their learning. These strategies collectively help to foster a more comprehensive, practical, and culturally sensitive approach to teaching English, particularly in rural regions where educational resources and access to language learning can be limited. The use of local English language newspaper articles is a fine way to add dynamics to the teaching learning process. This approach benefits classroom instruction and real-life usage through active inquiry, foreign culture awareness, media literacy, and communicative skills. Teachers can take newspaper text into lively, relevant, and interactive class learning contexts and prepare their students for authentic, ever-changing language use in their lives. For the students of rural schools and colleges, those pedagogical and curricular approaches needed to be adopted so as to increase their skill proficiency in English. The use of simple English sentences coupled with the regional language should be coupled with a reduction in using local slang as the students become accustomed to the use of English. Teaching by example and context within students' daily lives makes English not only less intimidating but more relatable. Some other activities that can be incorporated to practice speaking in more practical context would be taught through role play, mock interviews, and classroom dialogues. More importantly, the teachers should make it practical as they have the children contact reading of signboards, newspapers, and menus, or through real-life situations such as shopping and asking directions as their learning materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Very impressive, Ms. Priyadarshini. She has brought in a very fresh perspective how English is actually non-available as an idiom among her generation, I'm sure. And she has proposed this revolutionary model of internalizing the newspaper, the popular culture, I would say, as a medium of teaching literature. Since I teach popular culture studies, I would look into it. Also, an observation, after pandemic, this has happened to me as an English teacher, I'm sure it has happened to many of us. When I teach my students, supposing I'm talking about Eliot's perspective, they would be looking at me and then I have to say POV, and POV is Instagram language. And when I say this is good and this is bad, again they would look at me and then I would say red flag, green flag, alright? So we cannot do away with this kind of reinsertions. Since I'm happy that we are successfully done with this session, but then there is time for interaction. Quickly, since the organizers are helplessly looking at me, there is another session to finish, I can understand. One question each, maybe, for each of the speakers. No. Okay, I get the answer. Silence is no. Thank you very much, TAGORE, College of Arts and Sciences, Puducherry. Like I said, there is Ray Chaudhary, ma'am, smiling at me. Alright. I have new colleagues here, new friends here, I'm sure. We shall be meeting more. I had a host of questions for all of us here, all of the people in there, but then it can always be done through WhatsApp, through mail. Thank you so much once again for this opportunity. I would like to visit more and please come to Assam. I come from the tea town Dibrugarh, Upper Assam. Thank you so much.
perennial source of guidance, and the anchor shield of support to Dr. Rajavelu, head of the Department of English, the Previous Institution. He is the trust, he is the best. Many dreams and milestones he has attained by his benign influences. He is the one who is very dynamic in his work. He evinces very keen interest in the realm of researchers by virtue of synchronizing credibility, conditions, and bringing everything to the very sharp goal in his performance arena to witness scaling in the sphere of knowledge. So, very grateful, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Rajavelu sir. He is going to chair this session, the technical session 3, Integrating English, chaired by Dr. Rajavelu, head of the Department of English PG Center. Welcome you, sir.
Respected Principal in absentia, esteemed professors from other universities and colleges, my dear colleagues from the Department of English, TAGORE Government Arts College, my dear colleagues from our sister colleges, Bharathiyar and other colleges, the organizing committee of this wonderful seminar, headed by the convener, Dr. Mahendra Singh, and the evidence of our efficient another Department of English, our colleague, Dr. K. Kala, Madam, and other senior professors, who are all veteran professors, including our senior professors, including our Lily Sharmila Madam. I don't have to mention the name of each and every one of the staff of our department, which is full of wisdom. To mention a few of the staff, Dr. Raju Madam, who has been the backbone of this organizing committee. It is very meticulous. Dr. Kama is the spirit of this committee. Dr. Prasad Sivasubramaniam, our dear friend Swami, and
HOD madam. Yes, Sunita madam, and almost all students like Priya, students, and present today's professors, assistant professors, Bharathiyar, like Priya, Jansi, Nancy, Chandra, madam, all these people. I welcome you all. Dr. Vijay Payani Raja, my own brother. So, to be frank, he didn't speak to me. Had he spoken to me, I would not have come. Kind of influence on me. Alright, thank you all for having invited me to this honorable platform. So, I am very proud of participating in this. For the first thing, that this is my college. This is the college where I was educated. My association with this college is actually more than 44 years. I joined in this college in 1841 as a student of this college. I did my degree here, and I MA also from this university. As I did from this college, it was then affiliated to the Madras University. It was very difficult to get a minimum pass in the Madras University in those days. And then, yes, yes, I'm feeling all those things, and right, we entered this. So now I'm heading the Department of English. For the I have been heading this for the past 10 years. We produced a number of PhDs, and after having come to this place, I have understood that he actually wanted to conduct one seminar for 5 years back when I was here. And it's because of this pandemic that it was suspended and cancelled permanently. We took the initiative to conduct an international seminar that had one for itself. But now, I didn't want to miss it. So, now I have come here, and it is really an honor, personally. It's not a mechanical visit or something like that. Personally, I love this this seminar very much. I have come here. And last night when I returned from Sabarimala, so on my way only he ran up to me and told me, okay, accepted for this. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, the department and others, Dr. Ellie and others. And I look if I have somebody's name, please forgive me. I welcome all of you. My students from MA also have come here. I was placed on record here. Yes. Immediately, when I was going to Sabarimala, he ran up to me and told me, sir, you can send 10 students, sir, you are going to all those things he said. Usually, I don't accept this offer and all those things. Because we are telling you won't believe, I don't want to miss even a single class in my department. My students know about it, so if I go there, then the department is out. So, I have to be there. Right. So, for that reason, the classes will be cancelled because every 2 or 3 years will be okay. Now, when I asked him, he said, sir, only 8, not more than 10, he said. Because we are badly in need of this certificate. We must know about that. We have one credit system in our college. Non-audit course for which this paper is required. Whatever yes, certificate is required. Some of our students have already gone to Bharathiyar, and the remaining students only have come here to get the certificate. So only all of them wanted to, the remaining 20 wanted to attend. But he said, no sir, sorry. But after coming here, and because they don't have that much experience. So I was saying, maybe this is I thought that it will be full of jam-packed, there won't be a seat, but nobody is here. I forced them to stay there for my session. That is the condition. So the organizers can be more practical. That's what, not to criticize you. Thank you. This is if I criticize, it is criticizing my own skill. Thank you. Right. Now, hardly some 4 people are going to present. Earlier, 15 minutes were given to each presenter, but we are not going to do 15 minutes. First of all, I must thank you for being patient to listen to this even after 4:30. Even behind, so you are giving hands to me. So the presenters today, Dr. Chandra N is she was actually in the from Bharathiyar. Next, Dr. Lakshman Shetty Bagman. Is he there? Tony is not there. Ready to student handwritten. Sri Ranjani, Dr. L. Sri Ranjani, Madam. Then, Mrs. R. Madhubala. Adis Mani. So I think these three people are present here. No. What is that question? Dr. Lakshman, please. Dr. Lakshman is there? Okay, you will come and join. So, dear friends, please put up with me. So we are not going to give 15 minutes. We will give you only 7 minutes. Within these 7 minutes, I request all of you to brief your points. Don't read out the whole paper. You just, yes, make it brief, maximum 10 minutes. Thank you. Now, yes. Dr. Chandra is going to present the paper. Rise of masculine nationalism. That's the topic. The reading of Raja Rav's Kantapuran, Kritikas Vasaveshwaram. Please.
Good afternoon to all. I thank the organizers for the opportunity for presenting this paper. The title of the paper, as Sir has read, Rise of Masculine Nationalism, a reading of Raja Rav's Kantapuran and Kritikas Vasaveshwaram. Nationalism is actually a complicated term to be defined because it is an ideology as such. Here nationalism I correlate it as a set of beliefs and ideology which is usually meant to strengthen the unity of the nation for its empowerment and freedom. Actually, within the context of the Indian, it has to be understood. Nationalism can be understood actually. It is a collective way of movements and leaders, backgrounds and volunteers' involvement to create fight for the freedom of India, to get away from the clutches of the British government. To fight against the British government is the main idea behind what I have entitled here as nationalism. So here, rise of nationalism. I mean, maybe we can take up the leaders. There are many leaders who have labeled themselves as the patriots, who have motivated the Indians to fight for the nation, who have motivated the peasants to form together as a union and to fight for the nation. And though there are many leaders, as we know, Mahatma Gandhi takes up the initiative to formulate the term as Indian nationalism here. Let me quote from a critic who wrote, nationalism took roots in South Asia in the form of struggle for independence. The basic objectives of the struggle was to overthrow the colonial rule and establish self-rule. Their nationalist ethos are represented by the indigenous elite which tried to mobilize the people against the alien rule. When it goes to Panikar's statement, it is like, on the other hand, nationalism was antithesis of colonialism. And in connection with India's independence struggle, as I have mentioned, including the women, like as we begin with Rani Lakshmi Bai, Annie Besant, and the other, for example, Sarojini Naidu, there are many other women, patriots who have induced this nationalist fervor among the Indians. So now I connect my term masculinity or masculine to the title which I have given, the rise of masculine nationalism, as it is connected to the theme theory, formulated theory of masculinities, which was formulated by the then, actually the father of masculinities is R.W. Connell. Later he converted himself into a woman. Now it can be called as the mother of masculinities. So R.W. Connell's construction of masculinity is like masculinity. I just quote from R.W. Connell. Masculinity is socially constructed and has a material existence at several levels in culture and institutions, in personality and in the social definition and use of the body. It is constructed within the gender order that defines masculinity in opposition to femininity, and is so doing sustains a power relation between men and women as groups. Though this theory evolved with many aspects like gender, cultural stereotypes, and then sociological construction was there. So many things were there. For example, body construction, biological construction of man, women. So that these all were set in. But the theory formulated masculinity as a construction with certain attributes. That attributes may not be applied for the gender or biological. I mean social construction or cultural construction or physical construction cannot be applicable to the theory masculinities. Here I am using the two novels for applying the theory of masculinities with reference to rise of nationalism. The first one is Rajarav's Kantapura, which was published in 1938, which was set in the pre-independent India, where there was a little scope for independence from the public. So here we can relate this novel to that of India's nationalism or the rise of nationalism in connection with Gandhi, because Gandhi, though he is not appearing a real character in the novel, is referred to throughout the novel through the protagonist Murli, because Murli is the follower of Gandhian principles, and then in his village, Kantapura, he administers all the principles of Gandhianism, and then he applies it in his life. He reforms himself by adopting the principles of Gandhi, and then he makes the village to change. So the transformation he brings in his village in Kantapura is portrayed throughout the novel. How he takes the steps to change or transform his village to fight for the nation, to fight against the British Raj. I quote here Parthasarathy's citation, like apart from the fight against the British, as the social reformer Gandhi, we entered the inequalities within Indian society. So this is what I am trying to look at it in the paper. Gandhi focused on the inequalities within the society. So British Raj becomes the common enemy, and the entire country fight against the British Raj, though they have been different in many ways. For example, cultural differences were there in India, and then language differences were there. With all these differences, Gandhi tried to unite the people of India. So that was the main target which Gandhi arrived to attain Indian nationalism as a whole. So again I repeat the quote, because it was incomplete when I read it last time, sorry. Ended the inequalities within Indian society, such as untouchability and the oppression of women. So everything is connected to here when I talk about untouchability and the oppression of women, because focusing on these two major social evils, Gandhi had put down the nation into one stream. So in this novel, Kantapura, the rise of nationalism predominantly evolves with the principles of Gandhi as the Gandhian follower Murli. And as I have already mentioned, how the attributions of masculinities are going to be focused. So the first trait I am going to look at it is leadership in the form of hierarchical masculinity. For instance, Murli, the protagonist, who takes care of, as the leader of the nationalist movement in his village, and he is followed by the other members of the society in the name of Indian National Congress. So after Murli, it is Rangama who takes up it, and after Rangama, Ratna takes it up. Why after all this? Because these people have been arrested by the British Raj. Once you are into the national freedom fight, you will be put in prison. So similarly, these characters are put in prison. So one after the other take care of running their own movements to fight against the British in the village. And the second aspect I am going to look at it is the passive or submissive form of masculinity, that is feminine masculinity. For example, some critics have claimed that the masculinity that Gandhi possesses is very feminine, so we cannot call him as a masculine person. So Gandhi's way of fight cannot be called as a masculine person. I quote from Ocella's critics who have studied on Indian masculinities. Even they are talking about the people of Punjab in that article that they were very feminine while fighting for the during the British rule. What they are trying to tell is, under the British rule, we have to be very submissive. So the submissive form of attributes are given to the term called the masculinity. Actually, the theory doesn't talk about it. So I am going to be contradicting with these critics because I am going to criticized those writings, those articles of Ocella's and even Venus, and I am going to contradict with them because what I am going to argue is Gandhi's form of masculinity is very stronger, though it appears to be masculine, because once you are beaten up and when you are bleeding, you are very firm and then very firm and determined in your principle, and then you are moving towards the goal and making the entire mass to move towards the goal. So this is what Connell is also trying, that it is not about the attributions given to you, whether you are masculine or feminine, but the strength you have in your mind to move forward. And the last aspect of masculinity is I am going to talk about the paper is hegemonic masculinity. Hegemonic masculinity itself indicates that the masculinity in the relationship we have between the British or the policeman appointed by the British, that would be the Indian policeman, and their relationship with the peasants or the villagers or the Indian people who fight for the freedom. So this shows how dominant the British and the policemen were when they were handling, actually literally manhandling the villagers. Even when it is concerned with the women or the children, they are least bothered about the public in general. So as I have no time, I have summarized the 3 parts of masculinities which I have discussed in the paper. Now I have to talk about the role of women narrated in the novel Kantapura. When it is concerned,
Time is over.
time is over. Maybe 2 more minutes. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so the role of women, I will cut short, I will try to. So the role of women, actually the rise of masculinity, when we talk about when concerned to the nationalism and all, the role of women is very important. They were given equal importance. If we talk about equality and all that, think about 100 years back, no, the women are given importance of freedom fight and all. They also bled, they died during their fight, even then they fought. So now we have the awareness of equality, at least whether we have equality or not, I don't know. But we have some awareness about it. Think about 100 years back without knowing all these things like gender discrimination and all. People were involved in freedom fight, so I appreciate and force Raja for that.
Sorry.
Actually, I speak the novel Vashaveshwaran's Spot, Kritika's Spot. I have taken that novel which is dated 20 years after Kantapura's publication, which was not set in the period of nationalism and all. But I just wanted to check her because she was the only woman, Tamil woman, who wrote with a political setup which described the village panchayat of Tamil Nadu, maybe a particular village named this Vasaveshwaram. There was a similarity between these 2 novels, the way the story is narrated, where how the stories are set and all that. That is how I come across with this novel. And I understand the nationalism is an utter failure. Maybe when Gandhi happens to see what happens after independence, even today if he happens to see what happened to his ideology or principles, he may think that his principles are failed. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharathiyar, for your thought-provoking paper, but it has a number of controversial questions to be asked, but this is not the time to discuss all the things I'll ask you. If there is any questions regarding this paper, you can raise. 2 minutes are allotted for this. Any questions from the audience side? No. Ideologically, do you all agree with this? It's a form of researchers and thinkers. So if you don't have any question, I have my own questions. Right. So masculine nationalism. Do you mean to say that feminine nationalism means modernism of Gandhiji and masculine means extremism?
Actually, sir, masculine is
Answer from the body. That's the procedure. So please stay back there till the questions are over. The person has to be there and answer the questions of the.
Actually, sir, I haven't read a theory named femininity or something like that. So my references are connected to the theory which I have read, masculinity. It is a study under the umbrella of gender studies. So with reference to that theory, I have given the title of the paper, the masculine nationalism.
Again, here I refer because theories are theories.
Yes, sir.
Your theory may not be applicable to the whole world.
Yes.
This may be totally different from the existing theories of the world, or my theory or such theory. So just because of that one person has given this theory, you cannot simply say that masculinity is that theory that I applied. It should be applicable to all. First thing, there is feminine quality in masculine also.
Yes, the theory talks about that also.
There is masculine quality
for
in
example,
feminine also. So I don't
may
think
be allowed to
yes.
speak. For example, nurses, usually the profession of a nurse, earlier we used to have only the female nurses, but nowadays we have male nurses too. When it is concerned with house husbands, it was a derogatory term, but nowadays house husbands are getting normalized. So the theories talk about all that, even about the body part, even about the appearance, all that. But what I have taken for my paper is the particular concept of how during nationalism and in the political setup or in the hierarchical masculinities, how these people are using that.
So masculinity means even in Tamil, all my administration, Tamil professor is there. So you need to say that those who administer or manage, whether it is man or woman, have that masculinity.
Both can be said. That is why I was talking about the role of women, no? Yeah.
Thank you.
It's beyond gender. Thank you.
Next, Lakshman Shetty is Sri Ranjani madam. Dr. Sri Ranjani. Sri Ranjani madam is from Kerala. If you don't mind, you can introduce yourself because you are coming from a far off place.
Good evening, all of you.
Welcome.
I am Sri Rajini from Kerala, Alappuzha district. Now I am working as the director of Sri Mogambiya Kalakshetram, which is affiliated to the Kerala Sangeeta Nada Academy and the Kala Samiti Secretary also. Now I get the golden opportunity to present the paper in front of you that the indigenous literature in India, especially in Kerala. Each part of India has its own indigenous literature, culture and music. India is a beautiful and democratic country with its own values. These values mainly seen in labor-mentioned literature, culture and music. Power of human beings hidden mainly in their character and conduct. But with these precious things, arts and literature act as an important character in the life of men and women around the whole world. and arts have their own similarities also. For example, Malayalam and Tamil words have so many similarities. Kopra, jackfruit, calico. In Malayalam, kopra is known as the word kopra. Jackfruit in Malayalam, this word is chakka. Calico in Malayalam, this word is kolikodu. Malayalam, Tamil and Sanskrit languages have so many similarities and differences. Tamil and Malayalam are similar languages that share many common words, grammar rules and sentence structures. Tamilians can usually understand some spoken Malayalam and Malayalis usually understand Tamil. The Malayalam script was influenced by a large influx of Sanskrit words. Malayalam is also thought to have evolved from a western dialect of Tamil or from the Proto-Dravidian branch that also gave rise to modern Tamil. The earliest record of Malayalam is an inscription from around 830 CE. Amma, Magan, Magal, Marumagal, Marumagan, Atu, Id, Ya. All these words are also similar in Tamil and Malayalam languages. Sanskrit is known as language of God. The two languages, Tamil and Malayalam, are almost similar in speaking also. Tamilians can understand fairly a bit of spoken ordinary Malayalam easily, while Malayalis can easily understand Tamil. Malayalam, in certain respects, Tamil is similar to Sanskrit also. Sanskrit being an Indo-European language, it should have been different from WDA. Malayalam is one of the official state languages of India, but its closest linguistic affiliation is with Tamil, from which it seems to have diverged perhaps during the 13th century. That is, both Malayalam and Tamil come from a common ancestor, but Malayalam evolved as a separate language. Malayalam language is a mix of Tamil and Sanskrit. Tamil dates back of 5,000 years, so it is known as the mother of all Dravidian languages. It is recognized as the oldest language in the world. There are 4 Dravidian literary languages in southern India, of which Tamil is the oldest. Why did Malayalam split from Tamil? It is generally agreed that western coastal dialect of Tamil began to separate, diverge and grow as a distinct language due to geographical separations of Kerala from the Tamil country and the influence of Sanskrit and Prakrit from the Namburi Brahmins of the Malabar coast. The basic difference between Tamilians and Malayalis definitely is Malayalis are mainly from Kerala and Tamilians are mainly from Tamil Nadu. Influences of Tamil culture and Kannadic culture on Malayalam language. Next, we have to say that Tamil culture and literature clearly influenced the Malayalam literature and the culture of people of Kerala. Some scholars believe that Malayalam and Tamil developed from a common ancestor, Proto-Tamil Malayalam. The current Malayalam script bears a high similarity with the TAGORE script, which was used for writing the Tulu language. Spoken in coastal Karnataka, in South Canada, this script is used, and Sanskrit in the adjacent Malabar region. The modern Malayalam grammar based on the book Kerala Paniyam, written by Sri A.R. Rajavarma in late 19th century. Similarities and differences in scripts of Malayalam, Tamil, Kannada, Hindi and Sanskrit. Malayalam was first written in the Tamil Malayalam Brahmi script and ancient script of Tamil and Malayalam languages, but the modern Malayalam script evolved from the Ganda alphabet and Vatteluthu, both of which evolved from the Tamil Brahmi but independently. Tamil and Malayalam are sister languages. Both languages evolved from the same common ancestor, Middle Tamil, which came from Old Tamil. The two languages separated from each other between 19th and 18th centuries. Literary forms and Tamil and Malayalam. The literary forms of Tamil and Malayalam have some similarities. Malayalam have a wider range of sounds, including many that are unique, which may be challenging for non-native speakers. Kerala has a significant population of Tamil in the districts of Idukki, Palakkad and Thiruvananthapuram. Malayalam is also spoken by linguistic minorities in the neighboring states with a significant number of speakers in the Kodagu and Dakshina Kannada districts of Karnataka, Kanyakumari, Coimbatore and Nilagiri districts of Tamil Nadu. The difficulties in studying Tamil and Malayalam. Malayalam is tougher to learn because Malayalam has got a lot of tongue twisters. Malayalam words are not tongue friendly, but Malayalam grammar is easy to learn when compared to Tamil. Tamil vocabulary will also be having so many because Tamil language is tough to remember because Tamil language have so many words in it. Malayalam is considered as the language came after Tamil language. Differences of Malayalam from contemporary Tamil. Although old Malayalam closely resembles contemporary Tamil, it also shows characteristic new features. They have also differences. Old Malayalam was still described by scholars' forms as Tamil, also Malnadu Tamil, that is a Deshiya Bhasha. Literary compositions in Malayalam. There is no old Malayalam literature preserved from this period. It is from 9th century to 12th century CE. Some of the earliest Malayalam literary compositions appear after this period. These include the Bhasha Kavilya, the Ramachandram and the Tirunelmala. The Bhasha Kavilya is generally dated to a period and the Tirunelmala. The Bhasha Kavilya is generally dated to a period after 11th century. See, Ramachandram, which was written by certain Chirama who according to poet Ullu S. Padmashra was Sri Virama Varman. The influence of Ramachandram is mostly seen in the contemporary literary works of northern Kerala. The words used in Ramachandram such as Nadle, Mumbe, Innu, Inijums, Ninna, Ninine, Chaduga or Eriga are special features of the dialect spoken in North Malabar, that is Kasaragod Kannur region. Furthermore, the Thiruvananthapuram mentioned in Ramachandram is known to Thiruvananthapuram in southern Kerala, but it is Amantapura Lake Temple of Kumbala in the northmost Kasaragod district of Kerala. The word Thiru is just by the meaning on it. Today, it is widely accepted that Ramachandram was the first written somewhere in North Malabar, most likely near Kasaragod. Ramachandram is regarded as the first literary work in Malayalam. Indigenous literature of Kerala. Indigenous literature of Kerala, especially used in Carnatic music, folk music forms, including Kutyota Paatugal, a musical form which is seen in the occasion of performing Kutyotam, a music and dance form. Other folk music forms, devotional music, light music and film music. Example, indigenous literature used in Kutyota Paatugal. In Kutyota Paatugal, many indigenous words are used. Among these Paatugal, the Kutyota Paatugal of Sri Valiyapanayyanakavu Devi Temple, Parimala in Pathanamthitta district of Kerala, and the Paatugal of Sri Chettukulamara Devi Temple, Mavelikara in Alappuzha district of Kerala are famous in their lyrics and performance. In Panayyanakavu Devi Temple, the Chollugal are different in 4 talas used in Kutyota Paatugal. So many indigenous words are Malayalam language are used in those songs. First tala. Kannanna tananna tannana tanna tani tanna tanna tannana kannanna tananna 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 tannano Aragama Kerala Magladannudu Jelakkara Pole Pampayadinnaduvillayi Kasavilaya Niduniya Ramjaravu Volkanum Parimala Dasatin Mekarigil. In these lines, Parimala, example, Karapole, Naduvillayi are examples, such examples are so many examples seen in second tala, third tala and fourth tala, etc. But now there is no time because of that I am not rendering. Now it is those talas. For another example, the talam for Tananana വേദാന്ത പൊരുളെ നിൻ കൃപ ആവികലമെന്നിൽ ചൊരിയുവാൻ അന്റെ സർവമംഗളമംഗല്യമൂർത്തിയാകും ശിവമൂർത്തിയാകും ശിവ സർവേശയാം ജഗന്മാതേ കൈതൊഴുന്നേ സർവവേദ സരസത്തെ സർവലോകത്തിനും സർവലോകത്തിനും സർവമാല ശേഷമൊഴിക്കാൻ പിറന്നു. So many old Malayalam words are used and they are rendered with good style and charmingness. In Chettuvalanga Devi Temple, Kadakkal Devi Temple, Alappuzha Paramidi Temple, etc. The Bharathiyar Padwal sing with many indigenous words and the rendering of those songs also with the indigenous differences. Each province has its own language and singing style. In Carnatic music field, so many musicians sing variety of compositions and of Vagayakaras. Sri Tyagaraja Swami, Sri Muthuswami Dikshidhar and Swami Shastrigal are known as the trinities of music. Tyagaraja mainly wrote the compositions which are made up of simple words in praise of Lord Rama, while Muthuswami Dikshidhar and Shyama Shastrigal wrote compositions with depthful words in praise of Devi. Pavanasham Shivan, Subramaniam Bharati, etc. are main composers in Tamil music and literature. In Kerala, so many Vagayakaras like Sri Swatantranath Maharaja, Iriman Thambi, Mahakavi Kuttamathe, K.C. Keshavapilla, Kutti Kunni Kangachi, etc., especially in Travancore. They gave so many precious compositions in Carnatic music, poems and devotional songs. These compositions enriched the literary and music field of Kerala. They motivated the culture of Kerala and enriched the literary and music field of Kerala. So many indigenous words and phrases are seen in the compositions written by the above-mentioned Vagayakaras of Kerala and other parts of India. The words used in Carnatic compositions, Kuttiyota Paatugal and other musical forms are precious now because many of them are not in use now. But words of these songs are notable for even in world literature to itself. It is necessary to give importance for indigenous literature of each states of India because the soul of literature of that particular place. The coming generations will study precious words, literary works, etc. if the indigenous literature is there. This will help the next generations to keep their own valuable culture, lifestyle and extracurricular activities. So we must spread our culture, through literature, art forms, especially music, to get a good future for our youngsters. Every state in India have their own indigenous literature. Indigenous literature enriches the culture of human society and showered so many prosperous in the life of people. Every human being got good nature, character and conduct, skillfulness through the studying of or using good languages, music and literary works. Meaningful and peaceful words and speeches turns people from evilness and cheating, makes mind clear and pure with good thinkings and devotion to God.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your highly informative speech. All of us can give a big applause. The member has come all the way from Alleppey, and from her speech, you can understand that she is a master of not only this particular literature, she is a master of music. Isai Nadaham Muthamil. So I suppose Madam is actually an expert in all these three fields. So thank you, Madam. Congratulations. And we are proud of having you here. So from this we also know a little bit of this. Yeah, no, that's right. Oh, nice business. So Sindhaminadinu Podinili in the Payil Kadini, Tengal Kandaya Nadinu Podinili, Guru Sati Pirak, Muzini, and Navari. our Sotan, then you the first. I can correlate the number of songs to your second Tala. You mentioned some of the Talas. I don't, yes. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. The Tala of the songs of Kutiotam from Kutiotam Pattagal are the dance musical form of the ritualistic music and the dance form of Kerala that especially from southern Kerala in Bharathiyar temples it is a ritualistic and honorable the Devi worship for worshipping Devi Bharathiyar. The song sung with the steps of dance style, with the dance steps, and after 12 days Radha, this particular performed.
Thank you for your nice explanation. First of all, again, we thank you for yes, explaining the truth behind this. Most of the languages originated from Tamil, the relationship between Tamil and Malayalam. And as you said, Kerala culture, you are bold enough to accept the truth that Kerala culture is actually influenced by Tamil, I would say. What do you madam says? Kerala culture is actually influenced by Tamil and history says, and once again, you said 5,000 years old, that is the fact, and yes, it is attributed even 10,000 years old. Officially, you have referred that books and you mentioned that. Thank you. And yes, you have mentioned the affinity between these two. And apart from that, we learned a lot from this. That's why I should have rang the bell some 5 or 7 minutes earlier, but this is actually useful to all of us, not only to the students. Yes, this information should not be restricted to our time or our classrooms. When it is available, we have to listen to this. Madam has come all the way from that means more than nearly 900 kilometers. Yesterday we traveled all this way. Yesterday, last time only I have reached. So, it's a vice versa. Tamil culture influences Malayalam and Malayalam culture influences. Yesterday I took 2 dhotis in Guruvayur, sir. 2 dhotis, Malayalam dhotis. I like that there is colored dhotis in different designs. Nice. God is common to all of them. Thank you, madam. Balaji, yeah, gods are common. You only to these barriers of Jasava, Tagore says, where the mind is without fear and the heart is still away.
The singer has glorified God and Guru Adi, right?
No, he is asked to sing, so he sang. He is paid for that, and so he sang. A number of Tamilians are there. Jesus came recently, but Veeramani, I even sang them. Even famous. A number of songs. There's no time. I can give you a lecture on the songs of Tamil songs. Now, yes, madam. Inspiring, I can say, informative overall. Informative. We would like to invite you to our college for a lecture. If you are here on Monday, we will arrange for that. I'll contact you, ma'am. Thank you for having brought madam. Here, dear friend, Anju ma'am. Right. Now, the last paper. I suppose this is the last paper, so we can relax a little bit. This is the last paper of this session. Miss Madhubala, that is also Miss Madhubala, Revolution of Women's Roles in Northeast Folklore. So Madhubala, we have worked on ourselves the lecture of our madam, that was so sweet. Similarly, Madhu means sweet. There is a, yes, you know, same. Bala. I hope your lecture also, presentation also will be as sweet as honey. Be bold. Yes. You can be this. No. You can present for 10 minutes. You have the freedom of presenting it for 10 minutes. Because you are a student. Yes. Students are given freedom. She is from India. Am I right? India College Guruji.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Madhubala of 2nd MA English from India College of Arts and Science for Women. I am honored to present my paper titled The Evolution of Women's Role in Northeast Folklore, Reflecting Broader Societal Change from Ancient to Modern Times. This study dwells into the dynamic and multifaceted role of women as depicted in the folklore of Northeast India and examine how this narrative serves as a mirror to broader societal transformation across centuries. Folklore, as many of you know, is more than just a collection of stories. It's encapsulating the values, beliefs, and tradition of communities, making it living archive of cultural history. Northeast India, which is rich and diverse oral tradition, provide an exceptional lens to explore how women's roles have evolved in response to shifting socio-political and cultural landscape. In ancient times, women in Northeast India, folklore were celebrated as symbol of fertility, wisdom, and spirituality. They were revered as moral guidance and protectors of their communities, often depicted as powerful figures like Mother Earth or Goddess central or aggregated life. These depictions reflected the matrilineal tradition of tribes such as Kasi and Naga tribes, where women held influential positions in family and society. However, with the advent of colonial and Christianity missionaries' influence, these empowered roles were challenged. Matriarchal tradition gave way to patriarchal norms, and folklore begins portraying women as submissive and domestic figure. Aligning with Western ideas of femininity, this shift undergoes how external force can redefine gender role within the cultural framework. In modern times, we see another transformation. Women in Northeast folklore are increasingly depicted as a symbol of resilience and agencies. These narratives reflect the struggle for gender equality and the expanding roles of women in public, economic, and political spheres. Urbanization and modernization have further reshaped these depictions, portraying women as dynamic individuals balancing personal and professional responsibilities. To analyze these changes, I have drawn up the work of feminist theorists like Simon de Beauvoir, Judith Butler, as well as post-colonial scholars such as Homi K. Baba and Gayatri Chaudhary Shivak. Their insights provide a framework to explore how folklore both preserves cultural heritage and acts as a dynamic force for societal change. Through this study, I aim to highlight how folklore not only reflects but also shapes evolving gender dynamics. By examining the folklore and oral tradition, we can better understand how women's role in Northeast India have shifted from being symbol of fertility and wisdom to becoming agents of change and empowerment. In conclusion, this exploration reaffirms the importance of folklore as a cultural revolutionary that adapts to societal transformation while preserving its core essence. As Northeast India continues to modernization, the evolving representation of women in its folklore will remain as a powerful indicator of region and socio-cultures. Thank you for your time and attention.
Very good, Madhubala, having made it very short and sweet. So, brevity is the soul of it. I suppose you have understood. Because very much influenced by English proverbs and Shakespeare's verse. Right. But it will be so brief. Right. Any questions from all these three presenters? Now the session is open for audience. No questions?
Sir, no questions, but can we request ma'am to sing something for 40 minutes?
Please.
That's correct.
So, if it is from the audience side?
Yes.
Yes.
From the audience.
Yes.
From the audience.
I will do that. Okay, ma'am. About talas you want, madam? The lecture? Some explanation. Yes.
Yeah.
Please, it's forward to you. Yes.
Ma'am, you said you didn't have time to tell you about second and third taras and all that, so please.
You can even go to the and you can we'll give you 5 more minutes.
Ma'am, can you
Part that you left out.
we would love it.
No, there are some rules. Only
Then just I would like to say a few words about Sriranjani. She is my wife and she is the first lady to write Kutyota part in, and she got entry in Indian Book of Records last time.
Information. Book of records. Right, sir? What?
I wrote, I have written two collection of these Udyota Particle, and I became the first woman in the world who written the Udyota Particle for the first time.
And translate that into English. Kutyota Kuttana. That is okay. In Tamil or in English, what does it mean? Kuttana. Kutyota Particle, dance songs. Am I right? Songs written for dance, right?
Dance and
Yeah, that's what.
the musical form for dance.
Yeah. Right.
As a ritualistic musical and dance form in Bharathiyar temples of Kerala. But the Kummi from Tamil Nadu folk dance form, the Kummi also added to the second tala sometimes at the performance of that Kutyota Padu in Chetulagara and Parumala. Those two Kutyota Padu are written from me, by me, and I wrote 4 talas, and now I am rendering some parts of, some lines of those talas, because they are too long. Each tala are too long. Some stories about
We can give some illustration regarding talas and sing one.
Yes.
That will be more impressive.
Always some stories from Kali Purana or Devi Mahatmyam are taken for writing these compositions, these Udyota Padu. Usually like that. First tala. Kannanna tannana tani tani tana tani tannana 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 tani tani tana tani tannano Kanayanna kavicharindangal paduva mahidama chekuva nirukambe tannana tannana tani tani tana tani tannano Azhagarna Kerala mahila kannudu selakara pole pangayadinadu vilayi kasaviyal vidunniya tanjaru puvol kanu parimala desathil mekkarigil. The second tala. Tandadani dani tandani dani tandani danana tananana nanana tananana nanana tananana തന്നനി തനാന തനന്നെ തനന്നെ തന്നാന തന്നനി തനന്നെ 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 തന്നാനും തെയ്യത്തും വെള്ളപ്പണ്ണാള നിത്യം തലയിൽ വച്ചുള്ളു കണ്ണിൽ കുളിർത്തും ഉള്ളവനോടു കൂട്ടായി ഗമിക്കുവാൻ ഉള്ളം കുളിർക്കും അമ്പേ തെയ്യത്തും തന്നനി തനാന തനന്നെ തനന്നെ തന്നാന തന്നനി തനന്നെ 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 തന്നാനും തെയ്യത്തും. Next, the fourth kala. Tannananna ranananna tannannanani tananam tanananne tannannanum Jai Jai Sarva Mangala Mangalya Murtiyagum Shiva Murtiyagum Shiva Sarveseyam Jaganmade Kaidolum In olden days, so many words of old Malayalam are used in these songs. My grandfather also wrote so many Kutlata Pathas, and he gave inspirations to me. Now he is no more, but always with me.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice speech, which combines music, art, poetry, dance, and all those things. That's why already I told you that this is actually a lecture not only on literature, it's about music, about dance. As rightly pointed out, most of these forms are from Tamil. Even these literary forms are from Tamil. We have, forever, yes, all of us sing songs for Kolata we have. The ladies used to sing songs. The first album which you mentioned, I just would like to tell you, Bharathiyar, our national poet, he was a sheriff, Vayas University, no? He passed away before freedom, and he wrote about this. Sendamilnadin Odinile Invan Sadinile and the button. In the Madin Chinile or Sati Pirak the Muchinile. Tandanana Tanani Tandanana Tanani Tandanana Tanani Tandanana Tanani. Because Kavimania, I suppose. Mangayaraga Pirapana about women, in place of women empowerment. Mangayaraga Pirapana Kenala Madavam Saidera Bindumama Mangaya Kainala Patala in the Parilarangal Nadaka Mother. So, in the second I am going to mention a few things about our community. One more. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's explain it. Right. Alright. So, for the second, yes, for the other thoughts of the we have Kumi party. அது மங்கையர் ஆசைப்பட்டது அது மாதிரி தான். அதே மாதிரி கோலாட்ட பாட்டு, கோலாட்ட புற பாட்டு, ஃபுல் ஆஃப் சாங், கோலாட்ட பாட்டு, ஆவடி சிந்து, அதெல்லாம் சில அண்ணாமலை ரெட்டியாருடைய காவடி சிந்து ஃபுல் ஆஃப் எக்ஸலண்ட், கோயிலாட்டம் மயிலாட்டம் எல்லாத்துக்குமே பாட்டு தான். I wrote a number of காவடி சிந்து, our friend Tamil professor, and he's also a poet, and you don't know much about me, he knows about me. I am a Tamil poet, நான் சொல்லிக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்குது, தெரியாது. Yes. Yes, Krishna Mark is actually the head of the department of Tamil from our college, Kajimam. Okay, nice. So, he does, yes, I used to take this songs and all. It's a bit difficult to write, but for me it is very easy. You know, right? So these songs we have been writing and we have been singing. It has been there in as I said, madam. Now, yes, before we conclude the last presenter, the community pretty late. It's okay. Now I invite Mr. Please, you come and introduce yourself.
A very good evening to all of you. Yes. A very good evening to all of you. Respected chairperson of this last session, the faculty members from different colleges and student scholars. I will not take your much time. I know the difficulty and I am very literal in my opinion. Actually, this session is dealing with Indian English literature, and that's why I have selected one novelist from the state Andhra. Her name is Sujata Gidla. And I would like to focus on some things like untouchability, segregation, crisis of identity. As we think very seriously, these things are intermingling into one another, and they are dependent. So here in this study, I have selected this writer Sujata Gidla. So because she is focusing on the pre-independent India, post-independent India, and what is the present situation of our India through the characters, through the events in the novel. So her novel ends among elephants. The complete title is An Untouchable Family and Making Modern India. So this novel focuses on, if you try to understand the symbolic meaning of the title, ants among elephants. Ants means it is symbolically referred to the people who are downtrodden, Dalit people, those who are outcast people, those who are not in the social track. So she has spoken, she has given her detailed intentions or detailed ideas about the such a class. And elephants means, as we compare symbolically, it is referred to the upper class society. So there is a conflict between these two classes. We have seen that this Sujata Gidla as a postmodern Indian American writer. When she was living here in India, she was just having some pressure and some burden of culture, the burden of the caste, the burden of the tradition. She wanted to come out of that burden. Unfortunately, in our India, after independence also, we were thinking very seriously that India is going to get freedom. But in my opinion, after independence, literally India was facing many issues. And still today we are trying to come out of those issues. The same issues here presented in this novel by Sujata Gidla. Through the characters. Actually, this novel is an autobiographical novel. It is the family saga. We have many generations and their struggle. Generally, she has, born and brought up in a very, Dalit family. But education was denied at that time. And at that time, when the education was denied, she tried to convert herself into another religion. So she accepted Christianity. Means she converted herself into Christianity. And he told very frankly that Christianity is not the way to change the social track. It is the way to get only education. Means till today we are facing many issues here in Indian culture. So this is what the dark mentality. Though we are well educated, many characters are there since their birth till their the last actually the wish. They are suffering a lot. She focused on many issues, political issues, cultural issues. And when she went to America, she felt very liberal and she was thinking that now I am coming out of the pressure of the cultural burden, pressure of that particular burden in India. And she feels very happy in America when she compares the culture of India with the culture of America. So we have here the technification of all these cultures. So multiculturalism, and in this way, there is one more character whose name is Satyam. So he participated in communist activities, he tried to come out of that situation, ultimately he did not get success. Because in our India, any person, if he tries to complete or if he tries to, improve the situation of the society, many problems he may face, and the very important role is there, the role of the political leaders. So they play a very important role. If they are not willing to give any freedom, we will not get any freedom. So this is what the burden, this is what the pressure, suffocating reality is there. So the whole novel focuses on this suffocating reality and this Satyam, as well as Sujata Gidla, they try to come out of this situation. At last I will say, in one of the essays, Martin Luther King Jr. he told that, or he stated that, I have a dream that my poor children in their future, they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but they will be judged by the content of their character. The same is accepted here in this novel, but in different context. In India, there is the color complexion, and here is the casteism. So every level of the thought is described here by Sujata Gidla, and this is what a very beautiful story. If we think, I have many questions here, but due to lack of time, I can understand your mentality. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshman Shetty Bharathiyar, for making your speech very short and sweet, understanding the psychology of the audience. It was actually really nice, well presented. And if there is any question from this last paper by Lakshman Shetty, you can just talk to the audience. So anthropomorphism you have presented, but you didn't define what is that and how it is presented in this. In a few sentences. From there, please.
Initially, mistakenly I sent the abstract on that particular topic, sir. But that's why mistakenly it is sent. And I have already. Yes. Just, I'm very sorry because I did not disclose the fact to you. Initially it was sent, and then I again reconfirmed to the organizing committee. But just it is not just revised. That's why, sir. Okay, thank you. If there is any questions, they are entertained. I will answer.
I think there is no question.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, good evening, dear friends, professors, scholars, students, and the organizers. It's actually a very nice evening. We had a very nice time. There has been a real discussion, real paper presentation, thought-provoking ideas, especially the one which was presented by our madam, Sri Ranjani, is real. Probably I can say that can be the most informative of this session. It doesn't mean that others haven't presented informative. All of them are, but all this is actually, even for us, it has given a lot of ideas, and we learned a lot from your lecture regarding your culture, regarding your tradition, regarding the comparative study that you have made between Tamil culture and Malayalam culture, Tamil music and Malayalam music, the forms, language and all this, the literary forms regarding, yes, you have been talking about that only. So we enjoy Isaiku, Urukada, Yarmil, but Isai, music, even the snake, the venomous snake, poisonous snake, even that actually listens to music. So we are all very good scholars, researchers, professors. So we have forgotten our own time, our family, and all those things. Even the students who have been waiting there to catch the bus. So they want to stay back in the college after 4:30. Till 6:45 they were still here. Sorry, 5:45. It's not getting dark. 5:45 is like 6:45. That's what I mean. Right? The students from only the students, please stand up. The students. So the organizer should be realistic about the condition. That's why I asked. This is the condition. Yeah. You are a presenter, so you are forced to stay, but they are not presenters. Okay, nice. All of you, yes, I congratulate you all for having attended this till the end of this. Not for the sake of certificate, but for the sake of listening. I suppose this is very useful to all of you. Right, we'll discuss that in the classroom. Thank you. Now I hand over the proceedings to the organizers. I thank the organizers once again. Now, please make a motion. Please stay silent. If she goes, at least 1 hour it takes, so I don't want to give the mic to her. So I want the mic to the organizers.
Yeah, thank all the paper presenters, proving to be the treasures of thoughts, and judicial pride that I take. How the world of knowledge has got a tremendous push in your hands. You have developed upon the enormous task, and you have succeeded in leading very potentially significant lead by virtue of undertaking this the intellectual activity. Thank you. So we thank you all for the patient listening and staying here throughout this session. And thank you, Dr. Rajendra sir, for having honored us with your presence here. And thank you, Dr.
Thank you, madam. I will thank you. This is actually my knowledge, and for having invited and honored me. I didn't expect this one. Incident from you. That means I know that how you will receive me. But so now I think yes.
Thank all the paper presenters. And also the last minute Dr. Lakshman. So you made it today. So thank you one and all. We break today for today, and we come refreshed tomorrow morning to listen to the plenary sessions and the technical.